Hello, I am Steve Hounsel, Chair of the Ontario Biodiversity Council. I'd like to welcome all of you to our Ontario Biodiversity Summit, Nature-Based Solutions for the 21st Century. I also want to briefly introduce you to the Ontario Biodiversity Council, now in its 16th year, and the host of this summit. We are a provincial level organization that has come together to achieve the vision and higher order goals and targets that have been set by Ontario's biodiversity strategy, a 10-year strategy that aligns with the Global Strategic Plan for Biological Diversity and its associated IACHI targets. That strategy is a blueprint championed by Council for an ecologically sustainable future for Ontario, its biodiversity, and its people, something we believe is well worth pursuing. We occupy a unique space that links global biodiversity targets with both national efforts and more local implementation efforts. We are working to mainstream biodiversity across all sectors and at all scales in an effort to protect what sustains us. It is embodied in the very membership of Council, with some 38 organizations from a broad constituency of industry and industry associations, conservation and environmental groups, natural heritage institutions, academia, Indigenous organizations, and the provincial government, all united around the theme of protecting what sustains us, our biodiversity. So again, I welcome you to our virtual summit. We hope that the summit will connect people from across Ontario, Canada, and around the world to talk about, celebrate, and most importantly, take action to protect biodiversity and advance nature-based solutions for a more sustainable future for all. You'll be hearing about the alarming state of biodiversity at multiple scales, including from here in Ontario, and the absolute need to bend the curve on biodiversity loss as we pursue a new deal of people living in harmony with nature. It is also an issue that is intertwined both in causation and in solutions with climate change and the pursuit of sustainable development goals, and hence our focus on nature-based solutions. More importantly, you will be hearing about practical solutions to move us towards a more inspired future for all. Remember, the future is all about choices that we collectively make. We will be hosting a number of webinar sessions starting in late May and ending in October. You can find descriptions and outlines of each session on our website, ontariobiodiversitycouncil.ca. We encourage you to register for as many as you can, and yes, they are free. I believe there is something in this summit for just about everyone. We have brought together leading edge thinkers and experts on biodiversity, together with practitioners from many fields to help lead the way towards meaningful, practical, and cost-effective solutions. Let this be the start of an inspired journey to a more sustainable future. We also realize that we need many perspectives, and most notably, Indigenous perspectives, knowledge, and connectedness to nature in order to achieve the transformative change that we so desperately need to address the issues of biodiversity loss and climate change and the pursuit of sustainable development. Now, this was not a small undertaking. It takes a lot of work and organization to pull off such an event. I want to thank our summit planning team and session leads from the Ontario Biodiversity Council. These folks have been working tirelessly for months to bring this summit together. Thank you so much for getting us to where we are. In particular, I want to thank Sarah Rang, Executive Director, and Colin Cassis of the Invasive Species Center for hosting our webinar sessions. It is a huge and much appreciated contribution. And a very special thank you to our sponsors. Sponsors like Ontario Power Generation and Ducks Unlimited Canada, among others. It is because of their collective support that this summit is happening. I also want to respectfully recognize lands where we reside and from where we work. Since time immemorial, the Indigenous peoples were self-reliant and well provided for through their own ingenuity and use of the gifts of the land, living in harmony with the balance of nature. We, the Ontario Biodiversity Council, acknowledge that the land where we meet on and strive to protect is the territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee peoples, but now is home to many diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. That is also true for the many people participating in our summit who may be residing on unceded lands. I'd also like to recognize the critically important role of our Indigenous peoples in conserving biodiversity. as teachers of traditional knowledge, for promoting and enlightening us on ethical space and two-eyed seeing, and as valued members of the Ontario Biodiversity Council. I'd now like to ask Dorothy Taylor, Elder, Water Walker, and Knowledge Keeper of Curve Lake First Nation, to share some important words with all of you. And first, by way of introduction, Dorothy Taylor is a Mississauga Ojibwe elder from Curve Lake First Nation. She is known for her work and traditional teachings about the sacredness of water. She shares traditional knowledge and ceremony within her community and various organizations throughout Ontario. She is a hand drummer and a singer. Elder Dorothy Taylor is the founder of the Sacred Water Circle, inspired by traditional Indigenous teachings and leading with hope and spiritual courage. The Sacred Water Circle sees a restored relationship between human communities and water. She has served as a volunteer on the Petroglyph Advisory Council of Curve Lake for 12 years. Currently, Dorothy is the co-chair of the local United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 6 on clean water and sanitation, sponsored by the Kawartha World Issue Center. She lives in Curve Lake with her husband, Mark, and 2 sons. Over to you, Dorothy.
Oh, Chimiquat, Steve. Nimki Kapanashi, Dishna Cause, Wabagog Dodem, or Skikamong Donjaba. Gitchanendam Sanongam, Minka Kinamage au Sagil Sustainable Development should call that. My name is Dorothy Taylor, and I'm very, very happy to be here and be invited to be speaking regarding Indigenous environmental knowledge to such an esteemed group of people who have worked so hard and care so much for our natural world. I was asked to share a little bit about my understanding of Indigenous environmental knowledge. And first of all, what I want to say about that is, as Indigenous people, and I'm talking around the world, the globe, that we see, we feel, and we interact with the natural world more of a familial relationship. As you know, we refer to the globe of Mother Earth as Mother. We call her Mother. When we gaze upon the sun in the sky, we refer to the sun as Grandfather. And when we look upon the moonlight sky, the moon is Grandmother. And all the trees and animals and insects and the birds, they're our brothers and sisters. So you see how we have a familial relationship with the land, not necessarily a stewardship, because in our stories of creation, water was created first, the land was created next, and everything else was created that lives upon this world. But it was the human people, us, the 4 colors of man, that came to this land, the Mother Earth experience, I call it, because we're only here for a short time. We were here last. And so they welcomed us as the children of the earth. So when we refer to our interaction with the natural world as stewards, to me, the word steward is the definition as, you know, as maybe something in which a person controls or organizes their interaction with the world. And, you know, that's not our job. We have to have a different perspective on how we interact with the land and with the water. Because to Indigenous people, the water itself has a spirit, a living spirit. And the lakes, the oceans, the rivers, even the water that falls from the sky, it is the veins of Mother the Earth. And when we interact with the water, our elders say that we must show gratitude to or speak gratitude towards the water. So many of you who work on the land and you're always near water, say on a daily basis in your language, be it English, Korean, Chinese, Italian, or Ojibwe, which is miigwech. Say miigwech to that water. It hears us and it has a memory. In terms of the land and the trees and the air and the fire, you know, these are elements that must be treated with respect. So we have more of a spiritual relationship with the land. It's more than an element. It's more than it goes beyond being a resource. We actually have a spiritual, familial relationship with the land. So as the four colors of man, we must all remember our original directions as we left the Creator side. And just in brief reference to one of a certain part of our creation story, the white race was given the obligation to look after the air. The yellow race to look after the element of fire. The black race to look after the element of fire, of water, and the red race to look after the land. As Native people in the Ontario Island, which is the continent of North America, we believe that we still remember our obligation, and that's the obligation to the land. As you know, when you turn on the TV and you look on the news, it's always the Indigenous people who are leading many of those protests on oil and mining and forestry and such, because we believe that there are certain places on our land that have a spiritual power. It's a sacred place. Sacred meaning it has a connection to the higher power. So what I shared with you today in conclusion is that number one, we have a familiar relationship to the land. We believe that land, water, sky, and air, we have a spiritual relationship with it, with creation. And also, it's very important that on a daily basis, we speak gratitude towards those gifts the Creator gave us. And that we're not necessarily stewards of the land, but primarily we must live in harmony. And we have to live in a balanced relationship with the land. So what I shared with you today, I just hope that what our elders from present and beyond and prior, who have taught me the little bit that I'm sharing with you today, that this will help you in the work as you go forward as professionals and in the work that you do. So I say miigwech for inviting me and to sharing a little bit that I know, and I wish you luck and have fun on this biodiversity and this group this conference that you're participating in webinar. Now miigwech. Yeah.
Thank you, Dorothy. Great message. Good morning, all. I'm Steve Hounsel, and again, I welcome you to the opening session of our Ontario Biodiversity Summit. First, I'd like to offer just a few housekeeping rules to help us get through the day in this new world of virtual meetings and conferences. For our presenters, this is just a gentle reminder to please turn on your video cameras and your mics when it is your turn to speak. And when you are done, please do remember to turn off both your video camera and your mic again. We'll try to remind you should you forget. For our general attendees, you will not be using either the video camera or the mic. Should you have any questions for any of our speakers, please use the chat function, which you'll find on the right-hand side, and specify the speaker that you wish to ask the question. We cannot promise that we'll get to every question, but we'll certainly do all that we can. Okay, can we get to the next slide, please? Okay, it is now my great pleasure to introduce you to Oliver Hillel, Program Officer, Secretary for the Convention on Biological Diversity in Montreal. Oliver serves in many capacities for the Secretariat and has been an absolute champion for supporting the role of subnational governments around the world, like our province, in advancing progress on biodiversity goals, targets, and outcomes. In particular, he has been very supportive of the work that we are doing here in Ontario. Please welcome Oliver Hillel. And Oliver, maybe you can turn on your mic and your...
I hope you can see me and hear me, Steve.
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Steve, and thanks to all of you. It's really a pleasure for me to be here at this session of the Ontario Biodiversity Council. And I'd like to start by saying that no biodiversity council on earth can do business as usual from now on. So we have to change. We have to review our own or your own blueprint as a biodiversity council. Why do I say that on behalf of the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity? Well, you all know that nature is the basis of our existence. You know that there is nothing but biodiversity in our fridge that you can eat or drink. You all know that the air that we breathe is produced by plants, whether in the ocean, every oxygen molecule. We all know that water that we drink is 10 times cheaper if it's filtered and purified through nature. We also know that it is our generation, of all the generations that have walked on Earth, that is responsible for the steepest loss rate of biodiversity. So we are the cause of that loss of nature, which is the basis of our development. It is our habits that are causing this loss. But this also means clearly that we are the basis for a solution. So the first thing I wanted to tell you is the council, what I wish to suggest to you is that the council begins with a positive agenda. It is the green economy, whether you call it nature-based solutions, whether you call it building back greener or a bioeconomy, or as the Chinese hosts of the next 15th Conference of the Parties of the Convention call it, an ecological civilization. The point is we have to change the way we do things, and it is about creating a positive agenda for that. That is the responsibility of the council. You have many opportunities. You have your own experience from the past. Know that the United Nations, and particularly the Convention, are now designing a 10-year framework for biodiversity. So this is a great opportunity. Several of the targets being designed for the UN, for the entire world, speak exactly to the responsibilities of provincial governments, the territorial approach, the spatial planning, the connectivity of ecosystems. Nobody can do it but exactly what we call subnational governments. And it is these subnational governments, represented by the government of Scotland, that are fronting a process in the convention called the Edinburgh process for the engagement of cities, subnational governments, and other local authorities into the formulation of this 10-year plan. So again, only provinces such as Ontario can do land and seascape governance. Remember that 60% of the world's budget on public expenditures is actually spent by provinces and local authorities, not by federal governments. Remember also that provinces are the ones that can connect the immense consuming and production and planning power of metropolitan areas, of cities, to protection and conservation areas, not only in Ontario, but everywhere in the world. It's not an easy task. I read just recently, among the many challenges faced by the Ontarians is the multi-jurisdictional approaches that you need to take across fragmented ownership and diverse interests. So this moderation is a natural role for a council that is prepared for that. But also remember that it's not easy to change blueprints, standards, and codes because they were exactly designed to stop us from thinking. They were designed to facilitate the automatic functioning of our society, and we need to change those systems. So it is by definition not an easy task to change those blueprints like we have to do. Bending the curves also requires us to think that in the incentives, arguably, look, the Swiss Biodiversity Council, your peer in Switzerland, found out that Switzerland is spending 40 times more to destroy nature than it is spending to protect nature. So if Switzerland could only stop spending in destroying nature, it could probably gain a lot in restoration and in biodiversity overall. So bending the curve takes us also to imagine how we can stop destroying nature and how we can bend the curve of the incentives. So I just want to finish by saying that you have all the elements to do a great work for that. You have the elements to say that Ontario is open for business, but green business. You can use the Convention on Biological Diversity, the long-term approach on mainstreaming that we're designing, the global biodiversity framework that we are designing. There is a plan of action that will be adopted at the next conference of the parties in October of this year. There's an advisory committee where Ontario and others can take their voice to other players, other big development and players. And there are many, many other provinces and states and subnational governments in the world who would like to learn from and exchange with you. So from our perspective, I just want to thank you, wish you all the best, and say that the Secretariat is ready to assist you on your upcoming work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Oliver, both for your words and for your support of Ontario's efforts and the ever-increasing role of subnational governments worldwide. Clearly, the challenges are great, but as you say, the opportunities going forward are even greater. So thank you so much for your insights and for your great words of wisdom. Okay, next slide, please. It's now my pleasure to introduce a pre-recorded video from the Honorable John Yakabuski, the Ontario Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, whose ministry also provides much appreciated Secretariat support to the Ontario Biodiversity Council. For the video, please.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the 2021 Ontario Biodiversity Summit and to thank the Ontario Biodiversity Council for organizing it in a virtual format this year. Ontario's biodiversity, the incredible richness of our rivers, lakes, fields, and forests, is both a great source of pride for us and a great responsibility. It's our duty as a government and as concerned citizens to defend our biodiversity against the threats in the present and to protect it for the future. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry is pleased to be a member and to work alongside the many sectors and organizations represented on the Ontario Biodiversity Council to advance our shared goals for biodiversity conservation and the sustainable management of our natural resources. We are united in recognizing the importance of biodiversity. We all agree that conservation actions are vital for building a strong and prosperous province. Our ecosystems and natural heritage support our economy, our health, and our overall well-being. By conserving biodiversity, we are safeguarding these values and passing them on to future generations of Ontarians. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen an increase in sales of hunting and fishing licenses, sold-out campgrounds, and more people out in Ontario's green spaces. This clearly shows that Ontarians have a renewed interest in nature and outdoor recreation, and it's very encouraging for us to see. Because the more people experience our abundant biodiversity, the more they'll be inclined to cherish and protect it. My ministry has been hard at work advancing our aims to protect Ontario's biodiversity. We posted a regulatory proposal to add 13 new invasive species to the Invasive Species Act. This includes a new strategy to manage the threat of invasive wild pigs. We've implemented the Ontario Tree Seed Transfer Policy to ensure that the seeds used to regenerate our forests are adapted to their current and future growing environments. We've made changes to fish and wildlife management, including hunting and fishing regulations, to ensure our fish and wildlife populations are managed sustainably and will be there for future generations to enjoy. And we're working with federal partners on nature-based solutions to address climate change. My ministry has supported job creation through support for Green Shovels Coalition, a group created out of the shared recognition that together we can design projects that create jobs and enhance sustainable infrastructure. There's no doubt that there are significant opportunities for job creation and economic growth in the growing field of green initiatives. Green jobs, green infrastructure, and sustainable natural resource use can all help to support a post-pandemic economic recovery while conserving our biodiversity. My ministry values the contributions of our partners in the Ontario Biodiversity Council, and we will continue the important work of protecting Ontario's biodiversity together. I hope you all enjoy the summit, and I encourage you to participate in as many sessions as you can over the coming weeks and months. Thank you very much.
Again, these are much appreciated words from Minister Yakubuski. Now, if I may, I'd like to offer a little more context for today's opening session and indeed for the entire summit. Set the stage, if you will. I think that we find ourselves in a unique period of human history. We are in midst of a global pandemic which has stretched and challenged our healthcare system, caused the death of staggering numbers of people globally, has devastated our global economy, and caused the loss of countless jobs, including here. Quite frankly, our vulnerability has been exposed. And as bad as it has been, imagine if we were also hit with extreme flood and fire events at the same time. Just imagine the added impacts on the disadvantaged living in Canada's remote Indigenous communities, homeless people living on the streets, or more broadly, those people living in war-torn regions within refugee camps or migrants seeking political asylum. In many respects, this is the tip of the iceberg for what is coming. There will be more pandemics in this highly interconnected world. The climate crisis will get worse and is exacerbated by global biodiversity loss and the resulting decline of critical ecosystem goods and services upon which we depend for our health, for our livelihood, and for our prosperity. Now, if we stay the course of our current global trajectory, the future will be incredibly bleak for people and for nature. The point is, it does not have to be so. If we change course, bend the curve of biodiversity loss, rapidly move towards a zero carbon economy, work to advance the human condition via our global sustainable development goals, then the future is one of hope, one of opportunity, one of prosperity and green jobs, and health for people and the rest of life on Earth. Nature positive is where we need to be, and rapidly so. We know largely what to do. It's an inspiring path. Do we have the public support and the political will to actually do it? The choice is ours to make, and the window of opportunity is now, as we build back better in a post-COVID-19 economy. Now, the old economy got us where we are. A new green bioeconomy, building upon nature-based solutions, can move us through the bottleneck of our own making and move us towards a more ecologically sustainable future for all, for people, a more stable climate, and for nature. living within the means of nature. We must seize this opportunity, and it will require broad-based public support to do so. In short, the time has come to reverse the staggering damage to nature that has occurred over the past 50 years plus, the period that humanity's ecological footprint has exceeded the planet's capacity for both renewal and waste assimilation. That means that we must greatly enhance the protection and restoration of aquatic and terrestrial habitats for biodiversity, draw down atmospheric carbon dioxide using the power of photosynthesis as in nature-based solutions, in addition to technological solutions, safeguard human health and safety through enhanced natural infrastructure, improve sustainable food production and renewable resource production so that we can free up more space for nature, and safeguard and enhance freshwater supply and quality. We are seeking knowledge-based transformative change across all sectors of society as we transition away from a fossil fuel-based economy towards a nature-positive, ecologically sustainable future for all life. I think it is time that we rethink our relationship with both each other and indeed with the planet that sustains us. Now more than ever before, we need one planet and one humanity type thinking. And we can look to others who have long held those relationships as sacred, our Indigenous peoples, and their relationships to Mother Earth. We need resiliency. We need to invest in the large-scale protection and restoration of nature and the critical ecosystem services that are underpinned by biodiversity. Remember, healthy ecosystems sustain societies which create economies. It does not work the other way around. Conserving biodiversity underpins and indeed is the foundation to the pursuit of sustainable development. It is much more than simply another consideration to be balanced or traded off. Now, today's opening session, and indeed the full summit, will explore some of these critical issues and promote a new nature-positive vision for the future, one of opportunities for all, based on nature-based solutions for climate, for biodiversity, and for human benefits. Okay, it is now my great pleasure to introduce you to Elder Marilyn Capriol. Marilyn Capriol is an Anishinaabe from the Shawanaga First Nation in Ontario and is a founding member of the Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership Elders Lodge. Marilyn was raised in the beautiful waters of Georgian Bay, which is where she is joining us from today. Now, throughout her life, she has been an active volunteer and a leader. For many years, she was also the president of the Circle of Directors of NAMI Res, a shelter for Indigenous men in Toronto. Marilyn is also involved with the Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve and is a member of the Indigenous Circle for the Canadian Biosphere Reserves Association. Please welcome Marilyn Capriol. Over to you, Marilyn. Please do turn on your mic.
Ani, kena wea mino Joseph the bish quaid of some cars of a quado down Shawanaga Dunjaba Marilyn Capriol Joganosh Vishnakas. I send all my greetings to everyone to have a good day. My spiritual name given by my grandfather many years ago is just simply water. Our family, as we travel and within territories, I come and sit with the Bear Clan. And I'm so pleased today to have been asked to share what it is of Indigenous knowledge. What does it mean? How do we learn? What is it that we carry? In my hand here is a piece of that. This is a knotted stick that my daughter came out of the bush with in this place that we live now today. That was some 50 years ago. And this grandfather stick has become my teacher. As you can see, I call it the 3 phases or the 3 stages. There is grandmother, there is baby, and there is mother. And it's a journey through life that we all take. And we're proud to say that. We're proud to share it. We believe the transfer of knowledge happens within the family, and that could be very so. In our lifetime, we began that learning from our people. We didn't have books because we lived way far away from mainland. In those days, there was no hydro here. There was no televisions. There were no telephones. And that wasn't just for the Indigenous people. That was for everyone. Sort of dates me a little bit, but that's all right. This morning, before sunrise, we had one of the greatest gifts come to bless us this day, and that was Nimki. Nimki comes from the fire world, the fire bundles, and that is the grandfathers that come to naturally wake up the earth to make something else as it unfolds in this life cycle right now. It was a spiritual calling for this very sacred day and for this very sacred circle that we are sharing. It's truly a good thing. And every time I hear that wind and heavy rains and things that you think could be flying around, my first thing is to look out at what I'm looking at right now. It is a grandfather pine tree that has lost its life, but it still stands. So I always go to look first, is he still standing? And the answer is yes, today. So when we were gathering to get ready to share our time with you, eagles came to sit on that tree, the juveniles, a reminder of the walking forward future. And as our elder grandmother Dorothy was speaking, the loons came to acknowledge her, speaking ever so kindly and knowledgeable about the water. It was a beautiful sound. When the minister, and even now, there is the tiniest bird that sings and works from morning till night. I know because he lives right outside my window. I call him the get-up bird because that's what he sounds like, or she. So let's begin our life and journey with the smallest of things. In the spring cycle, we get very agitated with our helpers, the black flies and the mosquitoes. When we were small, we were told not to bother them, that they come to feed with us so that we can give part of ourselves to the plants that they come to pollinate. And for the bear people like me, the blueberry is a very significant medicine for our clan. And how it comes to be is that in the winter, after that long vision quest, that makwa sits with grandmother over the winter. We need that blueberry root, those plants, to be in the stages of beginning their next cycle. We need that root to be able to cleanse ourselves from all of the toxins of the stomach over the winter, so that we can stand up and begin that journey for teaching our babies as they have already come to life in that winter cycle. So when we have the invitation of feeding the black flies and the mosquitoes, it's really a good idea not to put poison on yourself so that they disappear or we try to kill them. Because as small and as agitating as they are, they're very necessary for the life cycle. We've had roadways and overview sprayed with Agent Orange in this territory. That's a hard one. We see people with lawns that need only grass. And they spend many, many dollars to rid some of the strongest medicines that there are. That is a dandelion and the plantain. Those medicines know why they were put here, why Creator put him on earth. They know their place, they know their medicine value, and the strength that they need to stay rooted. So I'd like you to think about them as part of the wellness. We talk about pandemic. And we need to share some of those medicines and keep them healthy. And in terms of the people, the helpers of getting ready for today, I look at them and I think about the centipedes, the ones that have 100 feet. We only have 2. But those little crawlers are also very important to the land pollinating system as well. So we need to leave them alone. Don't step on them. The spiders do some very miraculous work with their ability to make a home within that web, so that everything, they use very little space. They are a teacher too, not to take too much space on Earth Woman. This year, I have seen the water go up and down many times in my lifetime. So for me, it is not something that is a fearful issue. I look at it in a different set of eyes, because I know that this year, that in those 4 or 5 years of high water, some of the medicine plants have had to rust. And they too are on a cycle. I can see them. I can see how beautiful they look along the shores, as they will grow again this year. When we were small, we had to carry our waters too. And in the spring, our mother would always say, you have to go past the groundwater to get that clear water. So my sister and I would go in the boat, and I'd be, of course, smallest. I'd be hanging over the bow, and I'd be looking, where's this brown water? Because I'm really expecting to see this brown, but I didn't want to say I didn't know what it was. I just wanted to be smart like my sister. So eventually I got to know that knowledge as well. Now, what that brown water is, it's a process of the ice as she dances to become that liquid again. And her helper is that Chinodin, that big wind. And as that honeycomb sings its way, it does this, the up and down, close to the shorelines. And what that process of becoming water really does, it makes a moss bed or a spawning bed, just like we would prepare for a young baby. We would begin to gather the moss. So that process of the wind and the honeycomb are doing the same thing. They're preparing the spawning beds along the shoreways. And in that spawning bed, there is medicine of what comes up. And it helps the fish that are ready to spawn, the big ones and the small ones. The small ones being like minnows and those little tiny fish. So the females come in and they gather some of that brown water, the good nutrients that are in there to help that spawn. But when they have laid their babies, put them in that beautiful nest, the fathers come and they too feed, so that fulfilling and giving life to those eggs is healthy. So that is what the brown water is. I share through my little 4-year-old eyes because I really wanted to know. The mosses that we have on the islands, they're there, and they're strong medicine beds. Our grannies, our aunties, we call everybody grandma, Hokum, and the sisters of either side of the relatives, mother, father, they were always grannies too. That was respectful. Our granny used to like to have rock bass, and back when we were small, rock bass used to get 3 to 4 pounds. They were big. Today, we talk about species at risk. Those little fish are, because it's really hard to catch one now. I don't know what happened to them, but they are not here. But back in the day, my granny, she used to go and harvest from big thick moss like that, big moss like this. And what she was doing was making a method for fly fishing. And they'd curl up their little pins that they didn't need anymore and make us fishing bait. So we always called her Grandma, the fly fish woman. I don't know if I'm being called here by one of our teams. Maybe I'm spoken for too long. I'm not sure. I can say
Fine.
we're fine. Okay. I can say one thing that I've learned with working the old ways and learning the old ways and working with the young people today. I'll call our young people our teachers, my teachers, because what they give to me is the things that we cannot assume that they know, that they will tell you. I really believe that working in one process has to do with the sharing of knowledge. There should be something that we create as elders and holders of responsibility to that one that sits in the middle, the generation that walks forward. We need to create an education system that is old knowledge, and sets aside the books just one time, so that there is a blend of knowledge as opposed to two systems. We talk about, and I've heard it here today as well, one system. And maybe that's what these pandemics are teaching us. That we have to go back and look at those bundles of a time before us. It's necessary. It's necessary for the next life. I wonder about the sacredness of our forests. How many times can we cut a tree down? I feel really upset that those grandfathers and grandmother trees in that western doorway of Canada are being harvested. Some of them have been there for a length of almost 2,000 years. Why are we cutting them? They are part of the system, the clan system, the knowledge keepers. Those are hard things for me to understand in this old lady body. And I know from a time when we were small, plastic bags came, and where we live here, we had a 7-mile boat ride to get to the local store. And believe me, there were days when it wasn't a fast ride, because if we were in the rowboat, it was a day's journey, and coming there and going home again, it was a full day's journey with many rowers. When we saw those plastic bags, the children, we were the shoppers. We said that during our evening meal conversation. And we asked the man at the store who ran the store, could we have one? And his answer was, no, they are for the tourists. So there was a clash at that point. And about a year later, we finally were given a plastic bag, and we took it back home, put it up on the table, took the things out that were there. And Grandma and the grannies were there working on their quill work. And Grandma, she picked that plastic bag up. She left the cottage and she went walking on the flat rocks behind us. When she'd gone for a long time, our little dog went out to look for her, because that dog sensed that there was something. There was Grandma, came back with the dog, and it was very evident that she had been crying. To this day, we don't know what she did with that plastic bag, but it didn't return with her. So we always ask ourselves when we talk about this within the family, what did she see and what did she know? And as time came, when we came to the place where we were having hydro, I remember the first television in our town. It was during the winter, and the hockey was always a big thing, still is. Everybody was invited for a spaghetti dinner and a gathering. So all of the children were, after the meal, we played in the bedroom. The men sat in the living room watching this TV. the ladies sat in the kitchen and they had these rabbit ears, what they call rabbit ears. So, you know, being 5 years old, and there's rabbit ears somewhere making the TV go, you really wonder, you know, where did they get the rabbits from? But it was an expression to use our waboos as a description of the knowledge that was coming through. We were going to see. So on that TV, that first hockey game that came to the village was nothing but snow. They didn't know that you needed a higher antenna. Maybe you might catch some of the frames of the people, but every once in a while you would see a frame of a person sort of go dancing through the snow on the television. And the trains were a method of travel at that time, either that or by boat. But the highways came through. And just yesterday, we watched the animals. There's a young buck out on the road, and he was showing off his beautiful young manhood with the new antlers. And we both looked, my husband and I, because we humans have replaced the full runway of those deer, and they've been replaced with cars. So as we look after this biodiversity, we have to look inside ourselves about the things that we are willing to work with and the things that we are willing to let go of, to do less of. So I thank you for listening. And I know that we are going to have a very good day. It's already good. So with that, I'm going to close and wish everyone well. Make much.
Thank you so much, Marilyn, for your touching and important and wonderful words of wisdom. One system, a blend of knowledge. May we internalize your words into our collective thinking. Thank you again. It is now my pleasure to introduce you to our moderator for today's opening session, Caroline Schultz, the Executive Director of Ontario Nature. Caroline is a true champion of biodiversity in nature with extensive experience working on biodiversity issues and advocating for conservation and sustainable use. Caroline has been the Executive Director of Ontario Nature for the past 16 years and a very valued member of the Ontario Biodiversity Council for almost as long. Her passion, her depth of knowledge and understanding of the issues is evident in all that she does. Please welcome Caroline Schultz. Over to you, Caroline.
Thank you so much, Steve. It is such a pleasure to have been invited to be the moderator for the opening session of the Ontario Biodiversity Summit. We have a stellar lineup of conservation leaders who are joining us today to set the table and provide clear direction for the major conservation gains and nature-based solutions for climate change we need as we move forward to achieve Canada's and Ontario's targets for biodiversity. With that, I am so pleased and honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Harvey Locke. Harvey is a conservationist, a writer, and photographer. He's a recognized global leader in the field of parks, wilderness, wildlife, and large landscape conservation. He is a founder of the Yellowstone to Yukon Conservation Initiative, with the goal to create a continuous corridor for wildlife from Yellowstone National Park in the United States to the Yukon in northern Canada. In 2017, Harvey was appointed chair of the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas beyond the IHE Targets Task Force, with the goal of ensuring the new conservation targets set at the next conference of the parties of the Convention on Biological Diversity are meaningful for achieving the conservation of nature and halting the loss of biodiversity. Harvey is also the co-author of a recent paper, A Nature Positive World, the Global Goal for Nature, alongside a number of the world's leading conservation experts. On a personal note, I met Harvey, I think, for the first time in the late 1980s when we were both on the board of the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society. And I fondly remember long hours of debates and heated discussions back in those days. At the time, Harvey was still practicing as a lawyer full-time, but has been or has devoted his life to conservation and achieving large-scale protection for decades since. So with that, welcome, Harvey. And at the end of Harvey's presentation, we might have time for a couple of questions. Just I'll mention that, but hopefully we will have a bit of time for that. Okay, Harvey, welcome.
Thanks, Caroline. Lovely to be introduced by you. Thank you also, Steve, for your inviting me, and to Elder Capriol for those very important remarks. I'm hoping that I'll be able to upload this. Can you all see me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Harvey, we can hear.
Turn on your mic.
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, I wonder why that is. We knew we might have a technical challenge or two, so let's troubleshoot this thing and see how we can get this working. I don't know why we're challenged, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, Harvey, you might need to, I don't know if you've clicked to put your video on.
Let's see. Trying to do that, Caroline. Okay.
Okay, it's in the control panel. If it's not on, the video will be sort of a symbol will be a gray color.
Just did it. Yeah. The machinery. Hello?
Yes, we've got you.
Hey, okay, now all we got to do is share my presentation and we're ready to rock. So how are we going to do that now to upload this? I know that there are technicians listening. Or
Harvey, it's Colin on the back end here. I found a copy of your deck. I'm going to share it and I'm going to pass you the control if you just want to bear with me for 1 minute here, okay?
Thank you. Hooray, Colin, well done. So can we put that on the first slide?
Okay, Harvey, I can control from my end, or you should be able to control from your end if you'd like to take control of the mouse.
That would be great. I'm trying. I'm moving my mouse around, but there it is. It's now engaging the screen, I think. No. Why is
Okay, I'll control from mine. You go ahead and guide me, okay?
Okay, well, let's go to the first slide. Maybe when I raise my finger, you can advance the slide. How's that?
I'll do my best. I've lost your picture, but that's a my end problem. So we'll do our best here.
Yeah, this is our new world. So I'm sure everybody understands. So maybe we can go to the first slide and start the slideshow. Are you frozen?
I think I'm okay. Sorry, I'm just working on the back end here. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Hey, there we are. Great. Okay, I seem to be able to advance that myself. Super, so let's start. So let's talk about the world, and let's talk about Ontario, and let's talk about biodiversity. And it's useful to look at the yellow arrow and remember you are here on planet Earth, nowhere else. It's a realm where all of us live along with all of the rest of life. Unfortunately, we're treating the rest of life very badly. You can see this report, which is an authoritative one, about 1 million species are at risk of extinction. On the climate side, this is from the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the sort of parallel body to the last report, but on the climate side instead of the biodiversity side, telling us that the climate's changing, it's changing in negative ways, and we'll have to make transformative change if we want to keep the world within 1.5 degrees of warming. And if we don't do that, we're going to be really, really unhappy. And of course, we've experienced a pandemic, and pandemics start in stressed ecosystems. There's a lot of science on this. And this paper here can give you a sense of it, but broadly speaking, when we stress ecosystems, we create the conditions that cause viruses that spread to people, and on it goes. So this all caused the Secretary General of the United Nations to say the following in December: the state of the planet is broken. We're waging a war on nature, which is suicidal, and making peace with nature must be the top priority for everyone everywhere. Pretty clear call to action. So a number of us have suggested that what we need is a nature positive global goal for nature. That by 2030, we turn this around, and instead of being in a state of constant decline, which is where we are now, we bottom out during this decade and we get to a point of improvement by 2030. This will require all hands on deck. It will require clear focus, but it's a positive vision in the face of all the negative stuff going on out there. We need to believe in something. We need to believe in life, and this will help us get to a good place. So I'm going to spend this talk unpacking these ideas for you, and hopefully give you a sense of what this nature positive idea is that Steve spoke about at the very beginning. So there's basically 3 things we need to do. We need to protect nature, we need to shift to more sustainable production, and we need to shift to more sustainable consumption patterns. I'll focus on protecting nature and the shift to sustainable production. The consumption patterns are not going to be the focus of my talk. So what is the agreed UN goal to protect nature? Do we have one? We do indeed. Under the Convention on Biological Diversity, it's a 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. It's a vision that requires us to value, conserve, and restore biodiversity, use it wisely, maintain ecosystem services, sustain a healthy planet, and deliver benefits essential for all people. There's also the CBD is called the shorthand for Convention on Biological Diversity, is part of the Rio Conventions. There's something called Rio Principle 7, which unites all the conventions, climate, desertification, and biodiversity, with a goal of restoring and protecting the health and integrity of the Earth's ecosystem. And there's this thing, Rio Principle 7 also applies to the Sustainable Development Goals, which are the big UN goals for development of humans by 2030. So that's kind of where the world has said we want to go. I'm going to drill into those 4 elements of the Convention on Biodiversity and walk you through them and try to bring them to ground a little bit in a Canadian context, and in particularly an Ontario context. So first, there's those 4 elements. Biodiversity is conserved, restored, and wisely used to maintain ecosystem services, to sustain a healthy planet, or the health and integrity of the Earth ecosystem, which is the Rio Principle 7, and deliver benefits for everyone. So let's focus in on item 1, the conservation, restoration, and wise use of biodiversity. So first, what is biodiversity? My guess is a lot of people think it means how many species you've got. It means that, but it means a lot more than that. And it's important to take a moment to reflect on it. So it's the variability among organisms. It's also the genetic diversity among organisms. And it's the diversity within species and of ecosystems. So it has three elements: genes, species, and ecosystems. That's the first scale of biodiversity. And too often I think our conversations tend to stop there. It's critical, but it's not the whole picture. Scale 2 is the ecosystem, meaning a dynamic complex of plant, animal, and microorganisms in a community and their non-living environment. That second part is super important. That's what an ecosystem is. A river is not just about the things that live in the river, it's about the flow of the water in the river. It's about the physical setting of the river. And it's really important that we remember that. And the third goal of biodiversity is protecting the health and integrity of the Earth ecosystem as a whole, how the whole thing works, how it sustains all of life. And it's these three scales that we need to focus on and remember if we're going to get ourselves out of the mess that we've created for ourselves. First off, protected areas are the cornerstone of biodiversity conservation. This is an indisputable sort of basic statement. And it speaks to that scale 1 and scale 2 level, the idea of protected areas. It doesn't go as far as scale 3 entirely. But I'm going to spend a minute on this question of protected areas, or protected and conserved areas as we tend to use the language now. So first off, we've seen a catastrophic decline of wildlife. Large mammals are always the most vulnerable and the first to go because they're the most range demanding, area demanding, and they mean people need to back off a little bit. And we've seen all kinds of species plummet over the last 100 years. But there's a happy exception when we come to looking at protected areas. These have been marvelously successful at saving nature, all of the pieces of nature, not just the convenient parts, the inconvenient parts. So this is a map of the large protected areas in North America as of a few years ago. And if you look at it, you can see the distribution of them. And then the next slide I'm going to show you is the distribution of large mammals, historically and present. And what you see on the left is large mammals, and these are things like buffalo or bison, wolves, grizzly bears, caribou. Of interest, for example, on the left, you can see that the colors are very hot in the Great Lakes region. Many of those species, buffalo, New York is called that because it had bison, not for any quaint reason, but because it had bison. You go to the map on the right, you see the dropping out of all these large mammals to the point of 0 of them, where it's white in the big grain belts there in the US and in southern Canada. You see only 1 or 2 green colors. That's things like white-tailed deer that survive well around us, and coyotes. And you see in the areas, though, where the colors are still intense, that corresponds either to the remote north or to where those large protected areas were on that map. Correlation is spectacular. And if you do that around the world, you see the same thing for elephants, for orangutans, for gorillas, for tigers, for lions, it doesn't matter. That's where you find them still. The flip side is the crisis ecoregion, where we have tons of endangered species. We have ecosystems that are on the edge of collapse or have collapsed. And these correspond very strongly to areas with no large protected areas. Or you can put it another way and say, this is where we all live and this is where our cities and farms are. And this is a map of global crisis ecoregions that shows you the concentration of where endangered species are, for example. And one of the key questions for our day is, how much of the world do we need to protect for biodiversity to be conserved and to restored and to secure this healthy planet? How does this all come together, and where does protection fit into it, whether it be protected areas or this idea of other effective conservation measures? In 1987, the sort of global consensus is we need to do something like triple the 3 to 4% of the world that was protected. For those of you who've been around a while in Canada, this is the origin of the Endangered Spaces Campaign in the 1990s. which was called Lands for Life in Ontario, where we had a national goal of protecting 12% of our country ecoregions, not just a lump of 12, but well distributed across the country using ecoregional representation. That goal was sort of the global goal in the 90s. It was sort of given the big boost by the Rio Conventions in 1992. That's the Convention on Biodiversity, the Climate Change Convention, which many people know of through its subsidiary agreement called the Paris Agreement, which was negotiated under the Climate Convention, and the Convention on Desertification. Clearly, that target was not enough because you could meet it and still see a decline of biodiversity. This was really obvious even as the decade evolved, that it was important but not sufficient. So by 2010, the world agreed on this target of protecting at least 17% of land and freshwater and 10% of ocean and coastal areas in a well-connected and represented and well-managed way. So you can see the numbers gone up to 17 and 10. This, of course, is the target that applied in Canada during the last decade because we're a party to the Convention on Biodiversity. It became known as Canada Target 1. This is the paper I was part of right around that time, which pointed out that that target was a policy target, but it wasn't a scientifically based target. There aren't any papers you will find that say 17% and 10% will save the world. What you will find is a lot of papers that say we need to protect about half the world or half of any given large area to ensure the protection of nature. So there's this gap that had existed between science and policy. We rolled out the idea of nature needs half about 12 years ago. A few years after that, E.O. Wilson came out with his version, which is half Earth. And this idea that, well, that's what we really need to do is protect at least half the world in an interconnected way. On the ocean side, as well as the land side, the science is very similar. This paper, if you're into ocean stuff, talks about a median range of a set of values being met with 35% protection of ocean systems. But if you read it carefully, the optimum outcomes come around half. So part of the task force that I chair job was to get a definitive consensus on what the science is around this stuff. So we did global consultations, we did global surveys, we did the biggest literature review ever done on this topic, and so on. And this is a little summary I'm going to give you from the study of conservation scientists. You can see it was from people all over the world. The paper was led by Dr. Stephen Woodley, who you will hear from in this conference as well, whom I worked on this. And you'll see that we had 81 countries responding. And we asked what people thought about the current level of effectiveness of a 17% and 10% target. Overwhelmingly, nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. Then we asked, what do you think about these ideas like protecting half or at least 30%? Overwhelming agreement that that's the scale we need to go to. Of course, this is Western science. The man with the pen here is Herb Norwegian, who was the chief of the Decho Dene for many years. And Chief Norwegian advocated at the 2005 World Wilderness Congress in Alaska that every traditional people should advocate for at least half of their territory to be protected. And that's what the Decho people did. And you might know some of the areas in the Decho by their name. The giant Nahanni National Park expansion, that's what we're working on in this picture. Also the Deje new protected area in the north. Those are all been driven by the Decho people as well as Government of Canada. But this was rooted in traditional knowledge saying we should protect at least half of traditional territory. Bhutan, which is a fascinating country, which is Buddhist, built on overtly animist roots or indigenous roots, informed by Western science. Bhutan has an interconnected system of protected areas covering 51% of their country in cores and corridors, going from 80 meters in elevation in the Brahmaputra floodplain up to over 7,000 meters in the high Himalayas. It's exceptional, and this is sort of the gold standard. This is a developing country that has managed to follow the science and follow their traditional thoughts and protect at least half their country. The literature review I mentioned found that there's a range of values in the literature Low end 30%, high end 70% or more, and the range of values around half is extremely well supported in the literature. So this is the science of what we need to be doing. Where are we? This is roughly where we stand today. 17% of the world's land protected and 7.5% of the global ocean. No wonder we have a problem. It's not enough. Happily, there's a lot of energy around making it much more than that. This is from the G7 Environment Minister's statement last Friday, so 5 days ago. We commit to championing an ambitious and effective global biodiversity target, including conserving or protecting at least 30% of the global land and ocean by 2030, and to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030 and address climate change. Address connectivity, recognize the importance of Indigenous people in the management. All these things are in this declaration. This is really significant. Of course, our country is part of the G7. There's 60 countries now who are part of what's called the High Ambition Coalition, who are advocating for a global conservation target of at least 30% of land and ocean to be the next global target for conservation. There is a lot of momentum here. It's really exciting. But one of the questions is, how could you do this? How could you realize a 30 or 50% conservation goal, taking into account that things are really different? Like if you're in Southern Ontario and you look out the window, it's a bit of a head scratcher to figure out how you protect half of it. If you lived in Georgian Bay or North, as Elder Capriol does, it's much easier to imagine protecting this level of stuff. And when you look at the far north of Ontario, we should be doing far more than that, far more than even half. And I'll explain why. So part of the consultations that I led as part of my 4 or 5 year task on this Beyond Aichi Targets Task Force for the World Commission on Protected Areas was to just go and listen to people about conservation and figure out their conditions, just like Ontario has. And what we figured out is that there's really basically 3 global conditions for biodiversity conservation and sustainable use. There's large wild areas, which is about 1/4 of the world. There's the sort of shared lands, which are kind of in between that and the cities and farms, which is roughly 18% of the world. And what the cutoffs are from a science point of view is if it's a large wild area, if less than half of a square kilometer of a 100 square kilometer area is detectable as having a visible human impact. So those are big wild places. The shared land starts there and goes down to half impacted, half transformed by people. And the cities and farms is half transformed and up, all the way to completely transformed. So those are the cutoffs there. What's interesting is you can see North America on these 3 conditions. You can see Canada and the United States have all 3 conditions. And what was fun about this paper is it was co-authored by people from China, Brazil, Australia, US, Germany, Kenya, UK, and Canada. And this held everywhere. This is a map of China done by the 3 conditions using even finer scale resolution at 1 square kilometer grid that China just filed at the UN in their big data project last October, showing the 3 conditions in China. We often don't think of China having large wild areas, but it does. It has big important Tibetan antelope migrations. It has snow leopards, as well as it has pandas and things like that. And it also has very, very heavily transformed areas. So going back to the crisis ecoregions map, it corresponds to those cities and farms. It's just a direct correlation. That's what's there. That, of course, correlates to dead zones and estuaries, because that's where we have agricultural runoff and pollutants that go into estuaries and create these dead zones in the marine realm, where normally people would be reliant on those areas for food that are often dead because of what's called eutrophication, too many nutrients. And of course, in Southern Ontario, this is a huge issue in places like Lake Erie. It's exactly the same phenomenon. You have 70% of the nutrients coming from fertilizers and 30% coming from manure in Southern Ontario going into places like Lake Erie and causing it to have serious problems ecologically because of what we do on the land. So we have to think about this all together. So where is Ontario on this question of how much of the world we should protect? Well, not so good. Ontario's got all these three conditions, as you can see: heavily settled agriculture, resource extraction, and least impacted. There we are. Ontario has a very high concentration of species at risk that correspond to those three conditions. Lots in the southwest here, in the fertile cities and farms areas of Ontario. Fewer in the middle, fewer again in the far north. If we look at its comparison for protection compared to the rest of Canada, as of 2019, Ontario is here at about 11%. Quebec, 2 years ago, it was in the process of making areas. Quebec is now at 17%. And Quebec's minister has said that if there's a global target of 30%, Quebec will adopt it. And you can see that Ontario is sort of middling at best at 11.1%. The worst part of it is, to be blunt, is Ontario's only protected 3,000 hectares in the last 10 years. While the world agreed to targets of protecting 17%, Ontario simply didn't act. And with the respect to Minister Yakubuski, who spoke, he talked about biodiversity being protected through sustainable use. Yes, in part, but it also needs to be protected by protection. And this is something that Ontario, frankly, needs to do a lot of work on. But it can. Well within reach for Ontario to do that. Here's a map of the crisis ecoregions of Canada from a recent paper by Krause and Hebb. And you can see that they mapped our country and looked into that crisis ecoregion level and said, where are the places that have the highest biodiversity and the highest threat that we should maybe focus on quickly? And that's the bright red areas, basically. Whoops, look at Southern Ontario. It's got a lot of them. High value places. It's always cities and farm places, but Southern Ontario really matters for biodiversity at a Canadian scale. It really matters a lot. So the good news is we have a federal strategy that's really robust. The federal government is committed to protecting 25% of Canada by 2025 and 30% by 2030. Federal government has also got a strategy for doing that and funding to do it. And the strategy is based on that three conditions approach. We have a Southern strategy, a Middle Canada strategy, and a Northern strategy with different objectives because the conditions are different. But it's very exciting that this is going on. It's a huge enabling environment for Ontario to make a breakthrough from where it is to where it ought to be. So let's talk a little bit about what that might look like. So in condition one, the cities and farms. You're not going to get high percentage protection numbers, but conservation and sustainable use actions are essential to the well-being of biodiversity in those landscapes. Why? Well, here's an example of Point Pelee National Park. Behind the flag and the entrance gate is a wonderful place, very biodiverse. Most Ontarians will know that. Important bird migration place, little touch of Carolinian forest, glorious. But on this side of it, it's a very, very heavily impacted area. This has consequences. Even though Point Pelee Park has been there for over 100 years, and historically had all these kinds of species of amphibians, by 1972, 3 of them were gone, and by 1994, almost half of them were gone. Well, what happens is it becomes an isolated little fragment of nature, divorced from the landscape context around it, and those species just drop out over time. It's a well-known phenomenon. We simply need nature to be connected and protected at enough scale that species don't disappear. This is a photograph from Switzerland where they've improved their biodiversity somewhat by being a little bit less demanding on the land in terms of you could cultivate this place to the edge and knock down all those trees and forests in the back, but you shouldn't. This is a paper I was part of that you might find interesting, which is about the most heavily impacted landscapes of the world where more than 80% is transformed and what conservation objectives you might look to. Restoring native species is really important. Protecting every little pocket or patch that exists is super important, no matter how big. Reusing native species is really important rather than planting other things. And then managing things like nutrients and agricultural runoff, super, super important. And of course, you want to give people access to nature in these areas. During this pandemic, we've all learned that nature is so important to us. This is a couple of American studies that I found really interesting about if you plant native red oaks, so your part of the world in southern Ontario, you'll get far more native moth and butterfly larvae than if you have a Norway maple, which is what I had in my front yard when I lived in Toronto. This has a profound knock-on effect on birds. And bird populations are best sustained if non-native plants constitute less than 30% of plant biomass in a yard, a neighborhood, a city. So we need to be thinking about native species really, really as important. Even if it's the tree in your front yard, it makes a really big difference. And this is kind of a bundled way from that paper, the Garibaldi paper, of all the things we can think about doing in these areas that would be equivalent to southern Ontario. Here, for example, diverse native flower strips offering pollination services, semi-natural habitat patches, and so on. And we recommended in this paper the protection of at least 20% or restoration of at least 20% native species and vegetation cover in the most heavily impacted areas. Nothing should be down to zero. And this is an important curve. This is an elegant scientific graph I did at the beginning of this process. Restoration is important in the right places. In the most heavily fragmented parts of the world, restoration is a primary strategy. In the middle landscapes, that shared landscapes I was talking about, or middle Canada, it's important at the 50% end and much less important at the 99.5% intact end. And in the wild areas, it's a relatively unimportant strategy. In wild areas, protecting what is intact is the primary focus. In fragmented areas, restoration and keeping all the little fragments is what you want to focus on. And so it's not one size fits all. It says all matters, all needs to happen simultaneously. One is not important than the other, more important than the other, but different things in different places. Singapore is very advanced on its biodiversity strategies. And interestingly, in Singapore, there's one of the most important populations of it, in threatened songbird in Southeast Asia, lives in the city of Singapore. Singapore has been building connectivity passages. You can see the 2019 overpass. Some of you might know about those in Banff Park. Singapore has built them in their cities. There's $200 million appropriated in the federal government budget for green infrastructure. So this can come to a city near you, Southern Ontario. And they've got a forest restoration action plan with heavy biodiversity focus. And I note that these strategies, of course, Ontario's got the green belt, a super important thing to defend and hang on to. This really matters. It's a really good thing. It should be bigger and better than it is, not eroded. And I note that there's been some great work done by the Southern Ontario Nature Coalition on looking at a finer scale. So from the green belt down to looking at the sort of larger landscape scale corridors that could work on the left, and even at a finer scale thing like Coots to Escarpment in a place like Burlington, looking at the local scale. This is exactly what we need to be doing, scaling up. We need to be doing everything locally, everything regionally, everything provincially, everything nationally, and everything internationally. And Canada, in my view, has a unique responsibility to act at scale at home and to invest abroad in helping others meet nature conservation goals, because we're all in this together. This question of connectivity is an important one. There's now a globally accepted definition. There hasn't been until this last year. There have been lots of books and papers, but we landed on a global definition that was adopted by the Convention on Migratory Species and used in the new global guidelines for connectivity published by IUCN. And it's the unimpeded movement of species and the flow of natural processes. This is super important. Just doing the pattern of species will not save biodiversity or nature or the Earth ecosystem. We need also the natural processes unimpeded. So fluvial connectivity, flooding, in some systems, even fire. We need the whole system to be functioning at the process level, or biodiversity will simply not survive. We can't just do pattern. It's pattern and process. The ecological corridor idea is an interesting one, and it's important for a moment to just spend a second on definitions. So a protected area must, by definition, protect nature as its objective and succeed at it. Another effective conservation measure must succeed in protecting nature, but it doesn't have to have that as its primary conservation objective if the outcome is the same as a protected area. An ecological corridor that connects stuff doesn't have to always protect all of nature, but it has to conserve connectivity for what you're focused on to get from A to B, or among the protected areas and conservation measures. Protected areas and OECMs, of course, have internal connectivity and can contribute to more large-scale connectivity. But it's useful to bear this in mind, because you're going to be hearing a lot about the ecological corridor strategy and the ideas like that that are coming in the Southern strategy that Minister Wilkinson's laid out. And we need to be clear about these ideas. So a fundamental principle of ecological corridors is it's not a substitute for protection. Protected areas and other effective conservation measures remain the foundation of conservation. But they're a key part of building networks in that process flow stuff. And so we need to think creatively. They can have multiple landowners, they can have even different management objectives, but as long as we think about the connectivity objectives that we're trying to manage for, that can all hang together. And this is where we need to go, especially in complex landscapes. If we scale up to the shared lands now, so the landscape that's partly impacted and partly unimpacted, like this image, this is an image of an area near Bogota, Colombia. The shared landscape strategies are both protect and restore. So this is the edge of a national park in Sumatra where there was a palm oil plantation, and now it's being restored with these younger trees. And in behind is an old rainforest. Fantastic place. We need big parks that are connected to each other. Things like tigers can maintain viable populations. They can't just live with 20 tigers in a reserve isolated from each other and survive any more than an amphibian can do that in Point Pelee. We need large interconnected systems. We need this for grizzly bears. We need this for lions. We need this for all the large ranging carnivores and also for migrating species. For moose, for example, moose repopulated the Adirondacks just south of the Canadian border through natural connectivity. And of course, moose is a pretty iconic species in middle Canada. We have initiatives of long-standing, such as Algonquin Adirondacks. Someday, I hope, by the way, that Algonquin Park will actually all be park inside that boundary. That would be a grand thing. Perhaps now, when we have this imperative to really go to scale, we could see that happen. But in any case, the corridor and the connectivity through the Kingston area is very important to maintain at a landscape scale. And of course, in the West, we have things like Yellowstone-Yukon Conservation Initiative that I've been involved in from the beginning, where we're trying to maintain the flow of all species and processes and also have humans thrive in the landscape along with all of wild nature. These are the overpasses built on the highway in Banff Park that allow animals to move across the park of the full range of species. We're still learning whether or not they'll be adequate for female wolverines. This is the great question that's left, whether this works at that scale. But we know it works for grizzly bears and for a lot of other species, the system of overpasses and underpasses. And we need to protect large wild areas that are still in the south. This, for example, is the Flathead Valley in British Columbia. This is a jewel, the most biodiverse, rich place in our country in terms of the full range of classic North American species. It's one of the biodiversity hotspots of North America and therefore of the world. It's unprotected at present. We need to fix that as a national priority. And it shows up in that crisis ecoregions map too, even though it's in the Rockies, because there's so much pressure on the landscape in the Elk Valley just north of it. If we think about the connectivity idea across these different conditions, the sort of approach is simple. Assess what you're dealing with, or where are you, in the middle, the south, or the north, and then depending on that, here's sort of your connectivity tree for deciding what you're trying to do and what your objectives might be. This is the reference in the paper that sort of maps that out for you. So it's kind of an easy way to go about all this, and there are now global guidelines for connectivity that are published by the IUCN. But I want to stress this point again. Connectivity is a supplement. It's not a replacement for protecting nature. Protecting patches of intact nature still remains our most critical strategy, no matter where you are. Where this really comes through is in the large wild areas. This is in the Amazon, these big, large wild areas. Caribou, for example, in North America's boreal forest will not survive. We know this, and this is agreed science, if they're fragmented more than 1/3, or put another way, are less than 66% intact. The caribou simply disappear. They drop out because they live at a very low density. And when things get eroded and fragmented, predators can get at them more easily and they just drop out. So we have to be looking at 2/3 at least to maintain caribou in the boreal forest. But that's not the only value there, of course. And this is a figure from that paper that I want to stress the importance of the process side. So caribou is a pattern value, like this is what these animals do. They're also a process because they migrate and they affect the health and structure of the whole system. But when we're thinking about these things, we need to really think about how the world actually runs. The big scale global processes, the health of the Earth ecosystem, the things like climate, weather, hydrology, and chemistry, those are the things that set up the whole menu of how the world works. We're changing those. We shouldn't be. That's what the climate's about. We're changing the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. We're changing the amount of CO2 in the ocean, changing its chemistry. We're acidifying the ocean. These are very dangerous things because they have knock-on effects. Biodiversity is an outcome of those global scale processes. So the Great Lakes Basin is full of water and basins caused by glaciers that set up life in the Great Lakes. That's how that works. Biodiversity, of course, is really important to many things, including humans. The things that nature provides us from the living layer of life give us things like the food we eat, kind of important. They give us a stable climate. They give us a livable world. Unfortunately, when you damage those, there's also a feedback that goes up to the global processes and destabilizes that. This idea of nature's contributions to people are all derivative of the global processes and of biodiversity. Humans don't create the benefits that humans get. Humans derive benefits from this hierarchical system. And our well-being depends on that, right down to the COVID pandemic. When we mess too much with areas where bats live, coronaviruses end up getting in the human population. It's pretty straightforward, but we think of it as somehow different than this. But this is actually how it works. There are feedbacks that destabilize the higher levels, but this hierarchy is the key thing for us all to remember all the time. This is how the world works. This is the Amazon. So we know it's biodiversity rich, right? One of the great hotspots of species on Earth. We know it's wild, so it has large wild values. But what's going on in this picture is the forest is actually raining on itself. So that mist is rising out of the trees. And in the Amazon, half the rainfall is generated by the forest. So the first rainfall comes in from the coast and falls just like we all learned in school. But then the forest regenerates that rain and sends it eastward and eastward and eastward until it runs into the Andes. You knock down more than 20% of this forest, you're at risk of this whole thing shutting down. It doesn't, the biodiversity counting doesn't matter. You'll lose the forest if we lose the forest cover below 20%. In other words, 80% of that forest needs to stay standing. Or we have a global consequence on our weather. It's not just Amazon weather, it's the whole system, it's carbon storage. And all of that is a scale higher than the biodiversity patterns. I've seen planning documents that would represent the biodiversity in the Amazon with protecting 50% of it. Trouble is, there wouldn't be a forest anymore. It would flip to a savanna. So we have to think at this higher scale in these large intact areas, because that's the value we want to keep intact. Same thing applies in our boreal forest. This is the biggest carbon sink in the world, the boreal peatland in Canada. We do not want that stuff drying out, being drained, going into the sky, because we'll never meet our climate goals if we do. This is a global global process in nature that affects that higher level, the stability of our climate. This is a recent paper that shows when you think about biodiversity and carbon in the soils or in trees, This is the top 20% of the world that we should be focused on protecting. And I've circled the 4 big ones. Notice one of them happens to be centered on Ontario, Northern Ontario, the James Bay, Hudson Bay lowlands. Super, super important for meeting climate goals that we do this. Not just biodiversity goals, not just human well-being goals, climate goals. And we have a problem. We treat the climate and nature as though they're separate problems. They're not. They're the same problem. We have separate architecture. We think that, oh, we should be thinking about the climate somehow differently. No, the climate is part of nature. The climate does not stand outside nature. The climate is affected by nature and is part of nature. We need to bring the thinking together urgently. Here's the problem we have. So this is a schematic that shows, we focus on climate change as though it's a stovepipe emissions problem. And we look at the emissions from buildings and the emissions from smokestacks and so on. But we need to think about that for sure. Hugely important. But that's only part of the picture. What's being burned in those things is ancient carbon, old life forms, fossil fuels, coal. Those old life forms move from being in a deep stored state and being mobilized into the atmosphere. That's why we care about parts per million. It's where that carbon is. The Earth can take up that CO2, that carbon, and store it in the ocean or on land. And we think about that as sequestration, and we sometimes simplify that and think about, well, we'll plant trees and store more of it. But what we're missing is, in fact, when we disturb wild areas, we're sending carbon into the sky. It's not just about absorbing it or sequestering it. There's lots of amount of carbon stored in nature, and land use disturbance is a huge source of emissions. So we won't meet climate goals if we keep disturbing our most carbon-rich environments. And yet we don't count that in much of Canada as being a carbon emission. It's hard to believe, but it's true. We have to fix this. This is an indication of how significant an issue this is. This is the cumulative carbon emissions to the atmosphere since the Industrial Revolution. So 390 gigatons from fossil fuels, cement, stuff like that. 145 from land use change. In other words, 1/3, it comes from disturbing nature. And yet we're not counting all that when we say we want to keep our climate stable. This is not right. This is the IPCC, so the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report on land use change. And it says, while some response options to help meet climate change exist, many take decades to provide measurable results. But immediate impacts lie in the conservation of high carbon ecosystems, such as peatlands, wetlands, rangelands, mangroves, and forests. Other things like afforestation or tree planting take a while. They'll help. But protecting nature is the #1 strategy, protecting intact nature. So nature-based solutions you'll hear about should follow a very simple hierarchy. #1, protect intact nature first. Never harm intact nature. Protect intact nature. Restoration is a good idea when we use native species. It helps. But restoration is a second-order solution. Protection is the primary solution if we want to save our climate and those stable global ecological processes. This paper shows why. This is a really cool paper on what's called irrecoverable carbon, led by Rachel Goldstein. And what it shows is start this year and cut down one of those trees that Elder Capriol talked about as these wise old trees that are 2,000 years old in British Columbia. That's in a temperate coniferous forest. If you planted a tree after you cut it down, you'd be at least 78 years before you could ever come close to recovering that carbon by tree planting. Of course, our carbon neutrality goal is 2050. Do the math. You'll never recover that carbon in time to meet the 1.5 degrees, never. Same with we did when we disturbed grasslands. Same in peatlands, well over 100 years to begin storing back the stuff you've disturbed. We do not want to be doing this if we want to have a stable climate, and yet we're doing it. So let's talk about deforestation. So the Amazon, everybody knows we don't want to knock down the Amazon for climate reasons, as well as for biodiversity reasons. It's pretty widely known. So this is called deforestation in the Amazon, right? Pretty obvious. This is an old-growth temperate rainforest on Haida Gwaii, Queen Charlotte Islands on the west coast of Canada. This is a clear cut of one of those forests on Vancouver Island. This is not deforestation. Oh, really? Why? Oh, because we plant trees. Therefore, it's not deforestation. It's absolutely absurd. It's climate destructive, it's nature destructive, and it's wrong-headed. We have got to fix our accounting system in this country and globally so that we focus on protecting those large intact carbon pools, or we will not meet our climate. And when you drain and log these boreal forests, like this image from Ontario on the right, you fill in these peatlands and stuff, all that stuff's gone into the sky and we're not counting it. It's like it's not happening, except it's happening. And it's causing real harm. We need to stop doing it. We also have tons of carbon in the ocean. Huge biodiversity values like the largest population of beluga whales in the world in Hudson Bay, and tons of carbon in the sediments of Hudson Bay lowlands and into the water. We need to be protecting that at scale, fast. In fact, blue or ocean carbon is super important in places like mangroves, kelp beds, everything. We have to protect that and bring it back as well. Protect and restore, not just restore. And we need to think about our rivers as the process that drives the health of the entire landscape. And the rivers are basically in three conditions, just like the land. You've got wild rivers that are in the blue, you've got heavily impacted rivers in the red, and kind of rivers in the middle. You can see here in the Amazon where there's tons of proposals now to have hydro dams, which is not green energy, because if you shut down the process in a river, you end up causing all kinds of knock-on effects, including wrecking mangroves and everything else. We've got to think more integratively about what we're doing on this planet if we want to have a bright future. If you look at areas of importance of the world for carbon, biodiversity, and water, oh, look where Ontario shows up again. Notice the circle around the one, that's top priority rank in the world, that dark color. Ontario is protecting 11%? Really? I want to shift to talk about Indigenous peoples for a moment. Indigenous peoples are present across all three conditions of our country and in many parts of the world. And we talk about engaging Indigenous people in management and stuff like that. We also need to do more. We need to think about what Elder Capriol said, which is how do we take Indigenous knowledge and our Western science and build a future together that reflects the deep understanding Indigenous people have, is that we're one species among many sharing the world with the rest of life, and that both the animate, as we call it, and the inanimate, as we call it, is all alive. It's all part of our world, and we need to respect it as part of our community. If we bring those two things together, we can have a really interesting and positive future. No country's better suited to do that than Canada, where we have Indigenous people all over the country, and we're in this space of reconciliation. And the Truth and Reconciliation Committee said there can be no reconciliation among people until there is reconciliation with Mother Earth. It's a profound thought. This, however, is the kind of mentality that a Western mind has had for far too long. This is from a big artwork on the side of the AT&T building in downtown Los Angeles I photographed. And notice the image. Here is the human at the center of the world, moving the parts of the world around to suit the human interest. Notice the continents have been moved. That's all us. We're in charge. This is madness. The state of war on nature that the Secretary General of the United Nations talked about, that's what this is. We have got to change the way we see the world. We belong as citizens of the earth. The earth is not there to serve us. We need to make this conceptual shift. We've talked about sustainable development and how we are looking for the sweet spot, this graphic on the left of the sweet spot between the environment and the economy and society. And if we find that little green area, that's sustainable development, and we declare victory. No, it's a wrong-headed view of how the world actually is. We live on planet Earth. Nature, all of it, is the context for all human life. Human life is one activity on planet Earth. We call that space society. And human society is complex. That's where our families are. That's where we live and love. We strive. We have fun. And we also earn a living. The economy is there only to serve human society. It has no other purpose. It cannot exist without people. The economy, there is no invisible hand that just simply exists out there outside of people. There is only an economy created by people to serve people. And yet we've elevated it to some kind of a godlike thing that should compete with the health of the environment or the health of society. It's true madness. We have to shift our conception into this hierarchical view of we live on Earth, human society within that, and the economy within that to serve human society. This is the pathway out. This is the idea of rebounding, going to a transformative change that takes us from this downward trajectory and bends the curve of biodiversity loss from negative, which we know will continue at least for a couple more years, and then we can abruptly turn it around and get to a point better than we started at in 2020 by 2030. And by 2050, we can restore a flourishing world where we truly live in harmony with nature, where everybody gets what they need, but we don't continue to destroy the very fabric of life. And we don't commit the great ethical crime of wiping out other species from existence. But rather we look our children in the eyes and say, hey, you know what? It came close, but we reacted in time. We turned this thing around. And what we need to do is imagine a world that's equitable, in other words, fair, a nature positive and carbon neutral. And we need those integrated ideas to inform everything we do for the climate, everything we do for human development. And we need to be nature positive because it drives the whole thing. And if we have an equitable, nature positive, carbon neutral world, we will have a wonderful future. Thanks very much. By the way, all the papers and stuff that I referred to, most of them are on this website. If you care to go there, that's the website for my task force.
Harvey, I almost don't know what to say. That was absolutely amazing, incredibly inspiring, but also very practical. It is the roadmap that we need to follow here in Ontario. And of course, as you say, I mean, there's various scales. And what I really loved is that there's a place for everyone in this. So if you live in Southern Ontario, even the small acts that contribute to the bigger picture are vitally important. So thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions, but honestly, I think you've probably answered any questions there might have been through what you've presented us with. And I'm very happy that all of this is being recorded. So I'm sure I'm like many who have been listening to you today and want to go back and re-listen and rethink all that you've spoken about today. In Ontario, we're on the cusp of developing our new biodiversity strategy, and it's crucial that we take on board your wisdom and vision and practical direction, in terms of how we achieve what we need to achieve and become a nature positive society and a nature positive world. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Caroline, and thanks for the kind introduction. And I might say, Quebec is working on their strategy, and there's a new 3 conditions report done for Quebec, pretty similar to Ontario, that's in French, but that might be a resource that you want to look at as well.
Yes.
As you do your stuff in Ontario. But thank you so much. It's a great privilege to be with you, even if I can't see any of you except Caroline. But lovely to see you, Caroline. And so have a wonderful summit. I'm so glad you guys are talking about this.
Yes, thank you. And yes, absolutely. What you've said will illuminate the path forward. And I think it's you know, sometimes it's challenging, and it's important to get excited and see the possibilities. And there are so many possibilities in this province. So thank you again.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel session for this afternoon after I think what was a very inspiring and wonderful morning. And a great way to start our panel session this afternoon was with those two short films. We have an opportunity to hear from our panelists who really represent the most incredible group of conservation leaders that we have in this province. And we are hoping that you will be able to join with them and learn about the opportunities that we have before us to actually achieve the prevention of biodiversity loss and also the nature-based solutions to climate change. And most importantly, I think in this is that whole concept of ethical space, where Indigenous knowledge systems meet with Western science and come together in the way that was described in the short video that you saw and listened to. And we're very honored to have two Indigenous elders joining our panel today. So I hope that that will actually be a major theme of what you'll hear. And what we will do is have our panelists present, and at the end of the panel presentations, we will have a question and answer session. So please, while you are listening to our speakers, if you have questions, please enter them into the chat function. They will be noted, and we will then be able to address as many of them as we can. And if you want to direct your question to a specific panelist, if you could please include who it is you would like your question to go to. So with that, I would like to introduce our first panelist, Elder Larry McDermott. Larry will be speaking about two-eyed seeing and ethical space to achieve conservation in the spirit and practice of reconciliation. Elder Larry McDermott is a good friend to many of us and a good colleague, as many of us have worked with Larry over the years to help those of us, those non-Indigenous people among us, to actually learn how to really move on a journey towards opening our hearts and our minds and our spirits to new ways of looking at conservation and coming together in what is that ethical space. Elder Larry McDermott is an Algonquin elder from Chabot-Obajuan First Nation, and he's also the Executive Director of Plenty Canada, an Indigenous NGO. Larry is currently a member of numerous organizations, including the Indigenous International Forum for Biodiversity and the Eastern Ontario First Nations Working Group. Larry attended the 1992 Earth Summit that launched the Treaty Conventions on Climate Change and Biodiversity. So Larry's been involved in all of this for a very long time. And he's also served as an elder to the Canada Pathway to Target 1 process under a system inclusive of Indigenous and Western knowledge systems and governance. Larry also served as a comprehensive claim representative for Chabot-Obajuan First Nation, and he's also a certified tree marker and butternut assessor and holds other environmental certifications. Larry received an honorary doctorate of laws from the University of Guelph last year, and he has been a humble student, or was a humble student for many years of the late Algonquin elder grandfather William Commanda, who created the Circle of All Nations organization. Elder Larry is also a founding member of the Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership Elders Lodge, alongside Marilyn Capriol, who you heard from this morning and will hear again today. So with that, I would like to welcome Larry, and we look very much forward to hearing your words. Thank you, Larry.
Miigwech, Carolyn. And I just want to double check, but we've got about 10 minutes apiece as speakers, something like that.
Yes, that's right. We're trying to keep to a tight schedule, so we have time for some questions and discussion at the end.
Absolutely, and that's very important. It's something that I always look forward to. Okay, so ethical space, was great to see the films and hear the comments and lay some groundwork. Our panel session, which the path forward, nature-based solutions that will achieve multiple wins for biodiversity, climate change, and for people. It immediately reminds me of the Pathways 1 process, the time spent with the National Advisory Panel in particular, and the work that I did with Chloe Dragonsmith and Cliff Supernaw, one of the co-chairs, as well as the whole panel. But I can remember Chloe often saying that when the language from the West suggested a separation between human beings and nature, that she would often say, we are part of nature. So I just thought that was worth repeating, because that's fundamental to where I would go with the idea of discovering nature-based solutions. It's to transform our thinking from a separate relationship from nature, one that's heavily commodified and one that lacks in the two elements of Indigenous ways of knowing that complement Western science, and that is empathic traditions and spiritual understanding, all of which are linked to natural law. And when Canada, one of the key events that happened out of the proclamation of 1763, which is included in the Canada's Constitution Act of 1982. And it led to the Treaty of Niagara a year later, in which between 2,000 and 2,500 Indigenous chiefs attended, prepared and understanding natural law, understanding that their sovereignty and agency as Indigenous peoples have been recognized, or they wouldn't have come to have the treaty conversations and to create the treaty that was created. And a big part from Indigenous perspectives was natural law, caring for the land, caring for trees. There was some of the Indigenous representatives expressed concern that trees were being harvested much too quickly, too aggressively, as were fish being harvested aggressively. And not from, again, a matter of looking at things in the conventional Western science perspective, but of recognizing the relationship that those fish, those trees are relatives and are today, and that they've been with us. They've shared this web of life, this journey of sustaining life, of which we are equals, that there's no hierarchy in, and that they've done so for thousands of years. And in fact, we say as part of our conservation and as part of ethical space is to celebrate that relationship with the natural world, to express our gratitude. And I'm mindful of the Haudenosaunee words before all else. And the full version sometimes went 2 days, in which every species imaginable was recognized and appreciated before the meeting began. And so I'm not suggesting that that's the way forward, but we need to find those ways that before we meet, before we create policy, before we create strategies for conservation, that we connect with nature, that we connect with the natural world. And so Pathways 1 did that through pipe ceremony, smudges to open and close every meeting, to connect ourselves with our ancestors of the past and with future generations, and not just our human ancestors and not just future generations of human beings. You heard Eli Enns. I was with him in his community, and he asked an elder, have you ever thought about the ancestors of spinach? And the elder responded immediately, and he said, yeah, they're our ancestors too. In other words, even from a Western science perspective, that matter is ever changing and forming new life. And within that web and within those changes and over time, all kinds of physical manifestations of life come from the ancestors of that web of life that mingle together upon death and upon going back to the earth and being reformed into other life forms through natural processes that we all know. And so part of ethical space and part of the transformation to nature-based solutions is to bring our two ways of knowing together, and in so doing, making full accommodation, not just cursory lip service that, oh yeah, we're inclusive, but then carry on with the de facto way of doing business, but actually establishing the relationship in an effective way. And that's what ethical space is about, to ensure that both knowledge systems are fully accommodated and respected, as Danica put so well. Caroline, you're asking me, do I want to turn my video on? I wouldn't mind if I knew where it was, but I'll see if I can figure this out while I wrap things up here. Anyhow, there we go. Just like a 3-year-old, push enough buttons, something might happen. Anyhow, this transformation, this way of connecting, is what is going to be required to reverse the decline of biodiversity, to find a way to address the challenges of climate change, because it means we need to be motivated differently. We need to be motivated by our heart and spirit, as well as our mind and the physical reality. Until those sources of intelligence are brought together, and one of the ways that was understood in 1992 at the Rio Summit was to bring Western science and Indigenous ways of knowing together. So that's my thoughts on the theme today. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you, and I look forward to hearing what others have to say in the questions and answers. Back to you, Caroline. Miigwech.
Carolyn, you're on mute.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. I thank you so much, Larry. I was muted by the organizer, so I was unable to actually unmute myself for a minute. Thank you so much, Larry, for your perspectives and thoughts, and that will be, I think, a really important part of all of the discussion today. So we will look forward to seeing you again when we have the panel question and answer period at the end. And thank you again. So our next presenters, we have paired our presenters for the panel session to speak under various themes, and the next presenters that we have are James Schneider with the World Wildlife Fund and Stephen Woodley, who is the co-chair of the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas Joint Task Force. So their theme for the panel is to discuss actions to bend the curve of biodiversity loss and principles for implementing nature-based solutions for climate change. James is Vice President of Science, Knowledge and Innovation at World Wildlife Fund Canada. James's team at WWF provides the core science expertise underpinning WWF's work in Canada. Most recently, he led the organization WWF Canada's Wildlife Protection Assessment and was a senior author of the 2017 Living Planet report. Stephen Woodley, as I mentioned, his co-chair role with the IUCN, and he is also involved with the IUCN Species Survival Commission. Stephen has over 30 years of experience in nature conservation in Canada and he was formerly the Chief Ecosystem Scientist with Parks Canada. So we will start off with James. And again, any questions that you have in the chat, and we'll address them at the session at the end. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Caroline, for that introduction, and thank you to Elder Larry McDermott and Elder Marilyn Capriole for your teachings today, and excellent session this morning from Harvey Locke in the keynote. And I imagine I'll touch on some of those key themes raised earlier today here in my presentation under the theme of nature-based climate solutions, and both the kind of the responsibility that Canada has, but also certainly in terms of the opportunity for leadership that we have on a global stage in terms of advancing the protection, stewardship, and restoration of biodiversity and nature, also in terms of delivering meaningful reductions in terms of greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere, and in doing so in an equitable, just, and inclusive way. And so I'm going to start my framing here with the next slide, please, or see if I can actually adjust this myself. Really, in terms of the dual crisis, I think from an environmental perspective, we've seen globally that we're amidst of a dual crisis of biodiversity loss and climate change. And this is true around the world. And certainly now that we're more than a year into a global health pandemic, those three crises now intersect in terms of really showing the deep interconnection between human health, the health of the natural world, our ecological systems, and certainly the planetary boundaries that we're living within in terms of the Earth's climate system. What I'm going to be speaking about today is a little bit in terms of contextualizing that here in Canada, here at home, and again here in Ontario, and I'm joining you now from Toronto, in terms of what that means for Canadians, what that means for Ontarians, and what that means in terms of what we can do in the coming decades in taking meaningful action to reverse this trend in terms of biodiversity loss, and ultimately, as we heard from Harvey earlier today, bend the curve in terms of these wildlife populations, and as some would say, to the same extent for our greenhouse gas emissions as well. Flipping forward here, I want to touch on the 2020 Living Planet report from WWF Canada that really showcased three major things. One is the loss of species of global conservation concern, those on the IUCN Red List. That's the 42% number. And so in many ways, I think we often fall into the trap of thinking that biodiversity loss is happening in the far-flung reaches of the planet Earth and not necessarily here at home in Canada. And what I think we've increasingly seen over the last few years is many of these trends are true here as well. A 42% on average decline in populations of IUCN red listed species in Canada. So these are species of global conservation concern. They have declined on average by 42% here in Canada from 1970 to 2016. In turn, our Canadian species at risk, those assessed by CSIWIC, the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, have declined in that same period of time on average by nearly 60%. And then to some extent, these are at-risk species, so we'd imagine there would be declines there. Although important to note, not all of those species, in fact, have been protected legally through instruments like SARA, the Federal Species at Risk Act. Finally, and where I'll probably focus most of my attention today on the theme of nature-based climate solutions, is the threats that our species at risk in Canada now face. And the number there is 5. That we've actually seen that our species at risk now face systematically 5 distinct threats in terms of, on average each, in terms of what's leading to those declines. And importantly, climate change is now the 4th most frequent of those threats. Climate change and biodiversity loss are deeply interwoven, and that biodiversity loss is actually now driven, in fact, in some part by a changing climate. A couple examples of these from an international perspective that you may have certainly followed in recent years. For one, North Atlantic right whale off the coast of Canada and in the northern US. And this is an example of a species that's critically endangered globally that now has about 400 individuals and only about 100 breeding female individuals in the world, and is an illustration of a species that is now further impacted not only from shipping and fishing activities, but changing patterns in the distribution of its food source, and that we're actually seeing North Atlantic right whales move in response to changing temperature gradients for where their food are moving to, that are actually moving them into greater harm's way in terms of shipping and fishing activities, and why we've seen since about 2017 significant new measures in terms of dynamic protection to avoid conflict with the North Atlantic right whales. A second example here is that of the Barren Ground caribou, where we have seen dramatic population declines in a number of Barren Ground caribou herds, as much as 95% in some of those herds. And in part, that could be attributed to a changing climate in terms of the ability of these caribou to access important food sources and to make their large migrations across parts of the Arctic archipelago. Things like snow and ice events actually limit the ability of some of these individuals to access the food that they require. So biodiversity loss and the changing climate go hand in hand. And we know the drivers of biodiversity loss and climate change in many ways have the same root causes. The flip side of that is, in fact, that the solutions that we can take, and that is our focus here today, the solutions that we can take in terms of meaningfully bending the curve and to recover our populations of diminished populations of wildlife here in Canada and around the world require for us to take deeply integrative approaches for biodiversity and climate change. And I think that's one of the most apparent issues that's been true when we look at the state of conversations related to climate change, biodiversity loss, and to some extent protected areas in Canada, is that they've been three major buckets that we've, for the most part, in terms of maybe recently, have brought in a very siloed way. That our climate change policy, our species at risk policy, and our protected areas policies are treated very separately. And increasingly now, we know now that we're facing these 5 different threats on average for a species at risk, and that climate change is one of them, that we need to integrate that. We need to have a systems-based approach, a much more holistic approach in terms of understanding these ecological systems. Nature-based climate solutions really is one of those major pathways, a predominant pathway that has got a lot of traction, and I imagine will continue to have a lot of importance in Canada over the coming decade, as we heard this morning from Harvey Locke, in terms of this critical decade of action from 2020 to 2030 to reverse this trend of biodiversity loss and climate change. So nature-based climate solutions can help, and how? Well, really, let's just talk briefly, what are nature-based climate solutions? And I'm flipping through past this slide and trying to move quickly, but where ultimately the protection, stewardship, restoration of important carbon storage areas, those places that have both importance for biodiversity, including species at risk, not only species at risk, and important carbon storage and sequestration. That includes our wetlands, our peatlands, our forests, our grasslands, these, and of course our blue carbon ecosystems, our eelgrass beds, our kelp forests. These areas have tremendous importance, both in terms of ecological productivity and diversity, as well as in terms of carbon storage and sequestration. We need to begin to prioritize our actions for protection, restoration, and stewardship in a manner that maximizes our benefits for biodiversity, for reducing climate change, so climate change mitigation, to some extent also climate change adaptation through building resilience, and in turn for people. And so, of course, the major framing here from the onset is that we've had a tremendous amount of ambition in Canada in the last few years related to protected areas, and that's been followed through some of our recent international commitments on a global stage, and including to be part of the Leaders Pledge for Nature and People and joining the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. And that's had a major focus on protected areas and the pathway to Target 1. And we've made some significant progress, especially on the marine side of things, where we've now exceeded 17%. I think you may have seen globally that it was stated that I think through IUCN, that we've in fact globally met the 17% protection of land and inland waters, but in Canada, we're not quite there yet to reach 17%, at least in terms of publicly disclosed numbers at this time. What that means, of course, is the next 5 years, we're going to need to see a massive increase in our protected areas to meet these important goals and objectives that we've set on an international stage. And if we're to get to 30% protection by 2030, we're going to see a near doubling of our land and waters that are in fact protected in some way, shape, or form. So in all that we do now, in terms of the stewardship, management of our forests, our wetlands, our grasslands, and our protection of those places we need to be looking specifically at how do we maximize that benefit, both for wildlife and as well as the climate change mitigation benefit of those actions, that deep carbon storage and sequestration that these ecosystems can provide, the deep sponges essentially that some of these ecosystems can provide for us. The Wildlife Protection Assessment was released in 2019. I won't have an opportunity to go through all of it right now, but what I can describe here really is that this is a systematic approach to identifying priority places across the country for protection, and that we did identify a number of places from an ecological representation perspective that were not currently in our protected areas network. But over and above that, flipping to the next slide, we started to take a specific look at where are at-risk species, where are deep carbon storage areas, where are these climate refugia, those places that are going to be robust into a changing climate, and understanding both above and below ground carbon storage. That analysis actually can help us dive into better understanding both the protected areas, those places for avoided conversion, those deep carbon storage areas, those dense carbon storage areas where we can ill afford to disturb that tremendous amount of stored carbon, like in the northern parts of the province of Ontario in the Hudson James Bay lowlands, a globally significant area in terms of the amount of carbon that's stored in that place that of course has actually been declared, as we heard this morning, the breathing lands, the Mushkegowuk Cree people, and where a recent moratorium has been requested by the chiefs of that region in terms of protection of their traditional territory in the midst of potential development opportunities, and without really knowing a lot of the required baseline information on the status of those ecological condition in that region. That is a place of absolutely global importance from a carbon storage potential, and that's listed here from the soil carbon perspective, deep within those peatlands that have accumulated really over thousands of years. Finally, in the southern parts of our province, we actually see perhaps the greatest number of species at risk in terms of the relative density of species at risk in southern Ontario than we do in any part of this country. And there is tremendous importance in terms of emphasizing restoration and investing in the recovery of these degraded landscapes, those landscapes that have been heavily impacted by our human activity, degraded, converted, fragmented through our own human activities. These places have tremendous potential in terms of long-term restoration that will benefit biodiversity, and in the long run, over 30, 50 years, will also have value from a carbon storage and sequestration perspective as well. And we know that investment in our ecological systems, those areas of deep ecological diversity, also has tremendous benefit for us, the human species, in terms of how we rely on these ecological systems for all matters of our lives. Of course, would encourage you to find out more at the link that you see at the bottom of the page here. And of course, looking forward to talking with you all further in the panel. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join the conversation today.
Thank you, James. That was great. We'll look forward to seeing you at the end for the panel discussion. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Stephen Woodley to join us.
Hello, everybody from Chelsea, Quebec, on unceded Algonquin territory. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the Royal Commission on Protected Areas, what it's asking for, and hopefully you can see it as part of a solution to for Ontario being successful in having a great new leap forward. So the commission is part of the IUCN, and just briefly, the IUCN is composed of members, as you see there in the middle. It has government, NGO, and a new Indigenous House of members. It's served by a secretariat, and then it has these commissions around it. There's 15,000 global experts that belong to these commissions. I work with the Commission on Protected Areas, and there's 3,000 members just there focused on essentially area-based conservation. Harvey talked this morning that you know what our global risks are. They're biodiversity and climate change, and they're linked. I don't need to say anything more about that. And the solution to that is this treaty we've got on biological diversity. these are the 20 targets of the ACHI targets of the treaty. And we've just wrapped it up now, and we've realized we failed. We did not meet the ACHI targets. The one we met best was target 11 on protected and conserved areas, but even that we didn't meet all the targets. So, you know, given the crisis that we've already been talking about today, we've got to do things really differently. And I'm in the middle of the next generation of global conservation targets and what we might do differently there. Our key messages to that next generation are pretty straightforward, that we need a dramatic upscaling of area-based conservation on land, sea, and fresh water. We need to have these places focused in the right places, and James has just been talking about that. I'll highlight KBAs, and I know Justine is going to focus on that later on in this panel. They've got to be done effectively with focus on conservation outcomes. And let's bring this home to Ontario. Have we been effective in Ontario in conserving biodiversity in protected areas? And the answer is we don't really know, because if you look at your Auditor General's report, we haven't stepped up to have enough management capacity at Ontario protected areas to really know how well we're doing or not. And that's not atypical for Canada, unfortunately. We know we have to do this equitably. We're not going to meet these big targets without working with Indigenous communities, and it's great to see Indigenous elders on this meeting here today. We've got to broaden the range of governance types. We've got to bring in this new idea of OECMs and connectivity, which has already been talked about today. I want to focus on quality because quality is a huge part of this and a huge part of the focus of what WCPA does. It's all about having enough staff, enough enforcement, good management, equity. People have to benefit from these places, fairness in the distribution of benefits, and making sure benefits are given to local people, as well as location design, the kind of bread and butter conservation biology materials, which I think most people on this call are really familiar with. Harvey spoke a lot about upscaling conservation, so I'm not going to spend much time on that today. We know we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go in Ontario if we're going to have a significant conservation network to make a difference to biodiversity. The review paper looked at this, the question of how much, because you'll get asked by your bosses or by the public or by somebody. And when we did this systematic review of the different papers, simply people add up ecological value. That's the most common way, using systematic conservation value, to get to percentages. Everybody agrees we should be worried about threatened species and ecosystems. Almost everybody agrees we should be worrying about geographically restricted species and ecosystems and species aggregations like migratory species. People agree we should have representation and viable populations of species. We should include ecological connectivity. Oh, and yes, let's not forget wilderness areas and climate refugia. Every time we add these things in and then put carbon-rich ecosystems on top, we go up a scale in terms of the percentage of areas we need to be effective. And you know, the minimum value set, this 30 by 30 value set, the minimum is always 30. There's not a single paper in the literature that says we can do this for under 30%, not one. If you add the full value set, we get to really high numbers. And that's why we need to have a different worldview if we're going to be successful. And I think it is a crisis of morality as much as anything else. And certainly the average between those is around 50%. We haven't talked too much today about OECMs, but this is an idea which came out of the CBD. It took 8 of the 10 years of the last planning period to come up with a definition. IUCN's been tracking this really closely. We have a report with a screening tool on how to recognize and report OECMs. A lot of people are excited about this. I'm a little nervous about this because I don't want OECMs to be, well, we can count everything to get to our big numbers, because that's not going to change the conservation dial. They're supposed to be complementary to protected areas, OECMs. OECMs have a primary conservation objectives, and protected areas do, and OECMs, they actually are delivering effective conservation by essentially doing something else. They won't necessarily have a primary conservation objective. And here's very quickly what's likely to count and what's not likely to count. Many Indigenous and community conserved areas will count if those communities want them to count. Some areas in production landscapes will count, like on areas that are intentionally left out of the harvest queue as benchmark areas, for example. Some watershed protection areas will likely count. Some community pastures where there's a focus on keeping native prairie intact and unplowed. Some sections of military reserves. We've just already seen a Shiloh in the earlier slide declared as an OECM. And some coastal and marine areas that are protected from fishing for other reasons, like historic wrecks. But we don't want to add in urban parks and formal gardens and temporary fishing closures and heavily grazed grasslands or forests managed for production that have, yes, some biodiversity values, but they're managed for production. And that's going to be a challenge for us all, and certainly a challenge in Ontario going forward. We've done a ton of science here, and I'm not going to go through this science. I only put it in because you can look it up later. But one I will point out is the Waldron et al. Paper. This is an economic analysis, and it basically said if we protected 30% of the planet, what would be the cost benefit in economic terms about that? And it's actually better from pure economics to protect at least 30% of the planet than to develop it. I won't go into all the reasons for that, but this is a full cost accounting, and I highly recommend you have a look at that paper. It's online. WCPA produces a whole slew of guidance documents. If we're going to make a big leap forward in Ontario, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's already there. We have standards for protected areas definitions. We have standards for effectiveness and equity in the green list. We have standards around key biodiversity areas. And then we have a whole slew of guidance on everything else you can think of, including benefit assessment tools, the PA-BAT, managing in face of climate change. So I would really recommend, if you're pushing for a big leap forward in Ontario, simply say you adopt IUCN standards, because they're already there, and you have this global group of 3,000 experts who are working hard to provide this kind of stuff. Many countries do this. Many countries put this stuff in their legislation. Canada's adopted it for marine areas. Some provinces have adopted it, so I'd highly recommend that. Here's one, it's the IUCN Green List. Quebec has just picked this up, but this is a standard for well-managed protected areas that have effective management, good governance, sound design and planning that lead to effective conservation outcomes. You can actually get certified. You can get Green List IUCN certified should you want to, or you can just use the standard to do your own internal assessments. This is a big program inside IUCN now. I'm going to switch gears to the Convention on Biological Diversity, and I just got 3 more slides. At the center of this very busy slide is the Conference of the Parties. It'll be the 15th Conference of the Parties, supposed to be held in Kunming, China this fall. And all the preparatory work for that is going on. This is where we will decide on a new conservation treaty for biodiversity in the world. It's been delayed. This morning, I was on a meeting of SBSTA, which is a subsidiary body to the CBD. And so that meeting's ongoing right now. It's all been delayed. The blue stuff is what's ongoing now. The green stuff is planned, and much of it's been delayed, and the red stuff is completed. The last time we got together face-to-face was in Rome in February, and we all kind of had to scurry home because COVID was just breaking out. We're trying to do this virtually now, but it's challenging. There is this open-ended working group, which is supposed to come up with a new plan. There is a zero draft of that new plan online, and the draft 1 is expected out July 15th. You can see it online. You just have to go to the Convention on Biological Diversity's open-ended working group, and you'll be able to get that July 5th. See where Ontario fits in. On the far left of this slide is the adjacent political process, and Harvey talked a lot about this morning. This is, interestingly, if the right-hand side is the bureaucratic process and the left is the political is being far more radical and far more ambitious than the bureaucratic process. So somewhere these things are going to have to come together and meet. But the good news, and this is really exciting news, is that we have enormous political ambition. I've never seen anything like this in my long and frustrating career of trying to do conservation. Here briefly are the 2 slides on this CBD. Here's the goals. There's 4 goals. One on specifically on biodiversity, ecosystem, genes, and species. One on nature's contribution to people. One on the fair benefit sharing of genetic resources, and then one on means of implementation, and that's simply code word for money. It's the rich countries paying the poor countries to do biodiversity conservation, and it's really the heart of the negotiations that are going on now. In this next slide, I put 7 of the 20 targets. These first 7 are the biodiversity targets, which I thought would be of most interest to this group. Target 2 is the one on area-based conservation, so protected areas and OECMs. Note that the 30% is not in square brackets any longer, meaning it's not considered to be in negotiation, it's considered to be accepted. And so that will be huge. Target 1 is basically saying, hey, we're not going to do this only by protecting 30% of a given ecosystem type. We're going to do it by planning and sustainably using the entire Earth. The 50% is in square brackets, but most of the discussion is upping that to 100%, that we have to do spatial planning and take into account agriculture and mining and all these other things, so that nature conservation is mainstreamed and not a side business of a small department in the government and some NGOs. So I'm going to stop there with something from Antonio Guterres, who is the, as you all know, the DG of the UN. I think we're at a social tipping point when we see someone like Guterres saying, let's be clear, human activities are at the root of our descent towards chaos. This isn't radical conservation rhetoric anymore. This is mainstream stuff. And he says, nature needs a bailout. In overcoming the pandemic, we can also avert climate cataclysm and restore our planet. This is an epic policy test, but ultimately, this is a moral test. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Stephen. We'll see you in the end session for the questions and discussion. I'd now like to introduce our next two speakers who are going to speak about the potential to protect ecosystems and how to get there. So speaking particularly about protected areas and Indigenous protected and conserved areas. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Anne Bell and Elder Marilyn Capriole. Anne Bell has been directing Ontario Nature's conservation and education programs since 2007, and of course has been my colleague all of that time. She has almost 20 years of experience working as an environmental educator, researcher, and advocate for government and nonprofit organizations. And I should also note that she's a keen birder. And Elder Marilyn Capriole is, and you met Marilyn in the opening session this morning, but I'm going to give you a brief bio for Marilyn as well. Elder Capriole is Anishinaabe from Shawanaga First Nation in Ontario and is a founding member of the Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership. So that's alongside Elder Larry McDermott, the Elders Lodge with the CRP. Marilyn was raised on the waters of Georgian Bay, where she is joining us today. Throughout her life, she's been an active volunteer. For many years, she was the president of the Circle of Directors for Name Res, a shelter for Indigenous men in Toronto. And she's also involved with the Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve and is a member of the Indigenous Circle for the Canadian Biosphere Reserves Association. So we will start off hearing from Anne, and then we will hear from Marilyn.
Thanks, Caroline. And hello, everyone from Toronto in Treaty 13 territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. As we've heard many times today, protected areas are the cornerstone of biodiversity conservation efforts. They're one of the most critical and best understood of nature-based solutions for biodiversity conservation, climate change, and people. It's little wonder, given their many ecological benefits, social benefits, and economic benefits, that Canada has embraced the new international targets for protecting our lands and waters. And I'm really pleased to hear that those targets are actually confirmed. So that was good news. The big question, however, is how we will get there, especially considering Ontario's abysmal record over the past 10 years, when the target was to protect 17%. Quebec achieved 17%, and so did BC, so it can be done. But political will was completely lacking in Ontario, and we got stuck at less than 11%. In Southern Ontario, where biodiversity is highest and most threatened, we have protected less than 1%, 0.6% to be exact. But I'm not here to dwell on the negative. After all, the Government of Ontario recently announced its intention to expand the province's protected areas, so let's embrace the opportunity and focus on potential paths forward. First, I believe the most promising opportunity out there is Indigenous-led conservation, including Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas, or IPCAs. You'll hear more about IPCAs from Elder Marilyn Capriole this afternoon, but based on conversations that I've been involved in, there's a lot of interest in IPCAs among Indigenous communities, and a lot of skepticism and frustration as well. The skepticism, in large part, is due to the colonial legacy of protected areas, and whether we conservationists are truly committed to a new transformative path forward that honors Indigenous responsibilities, rights, and interests. The frustration, because there's no clear path forward for IPCAs in Ontario. The provincial government has done little or nothing to support or enable their creation over the past several years. So defining a path forward for IPCAs should be the first order of business for Ontario in expanding protected areas. Second, despite the obvious challenges, there are many promising opportunities for protected areas in Southern Ontario. A high priority area for the entire country, as Harvey Locke pointed out this morning. Some, like the work of land trusts in securing private land, are well known, but there are also some viable opportunities for protection on unceded Crown or public land. For example, in Southern Ontario, on unceded Crown land, There are more than 45,000 hectares of provincially significant wetlands, more than 57,000 hectares of areas of natural and scientific interest, and more than 12,000 hectares of provincial wildlife areas. That's more than 115,000 hectares of unceded Crown land already evaluated and designated in one manner or another for their ecological and cultural significance, but they're not adequately protected. These are lands in southern Ontario that we could protect without having to buy them, and that's an opportunity. The same is true for provincially significant wetlands and areas of natural and scientific interest elsewhere in the province. There are almost 3 million hectares of provincially significant wetlands and areas of natural and scientific interest on unceded Crown land in Ontario. That is a big opportunity. An interim measure I'd like to see the government take would be to temporarily designate these areas under the Public Lands Act as off limits to industrial extraction and development. That would provide the time and the space needed for consulting with the affected Indigenous communities and the public about their protection. Another opportunity would be to expand existing protected areas, thereby buffering and connecting important core habitats and protecting their inhabitants from pollution, disease, invasive species, edge habitat predators like raccoons and domestic cats, and so on. To return to my previous example, there are over 900,000 hectares of provincially significant wetlands and areas of natural and scientific interest on unceded Crown land adjacent to or within 2 kilometers of existing protected areas. That is definitely low-hanging fruit. Protecting and restoring ecological corridors is another vital strategy to conserve biodiversity and enhance landscape resilience to climate change, as Harvey Locke explained this morning. Many opportunities to protect ecological corridors have been identified across Ontario. For example, there is significant community support for protecting the Highlands corridor running between Queen Elizabeth II wildlands and Kawartha Highlands provincial parks. Located in the transition zone between the Canadian Shield and the Mixwood Plains of southern Ontario, the Highlands corridor supports vast forest and wetland habitats and small lake systems and over 30 species at risk. It also includes several provincially significant wetlands and areas of natural and scientific interest. When it comes to protecting ecological corridors or expanding protected areas, ecological restoration needs to be part of the picture, especially in southern Ontario. Again, as Harvey Locke explained this morning, acquiring and designating lands for restoration should be an integral part of Ontario's protected areas strategy. Working with industry also needs to be part of the strategy. There's no better example and opportunity than the many forestry companies in Ontario that manage lands certified by the Forest Stewardship Council, known as FSC. To qualify for FSC certification, companies must work with Indigenous communities and stakeholders to identify at least 10% of their forest management units to be permanently protected. To date, 124 FSC candidate protected areas have been identified in Ontario, totaling more than 1 million hectares. But these candidates are not yet permanently protected. And again, there's no pathway to move them forward for protection. So if the government is serious about protected areas expansion, this FSC opportunity is definitely one that should be pursued and enabled. Speaking of forestry, another step the government should take is to phase out logging in Algonquin Provincial Park. About 2/3 of this flagship park is allocated to industrial logging. That's almost 500,000 hectares. Furthermore, according to the Auditor General of Ontario's report on protected areas released last November, the Algonquin Forestry Authority's average annual expenses exceeded its average annual revenue from 2014 to 2019. Logging in Algonquin is not a moneymaker. Meanwhile, we, the people of Ontario, have been on the hook to cover costs incurred for constructing and maintaining logging roads in Algonquin to the tune of $1.6 million per year. Not exactly a strong economic rationale for industrial logging in this beloved provincial park. If we're going to make peace with nature, as Harvey Locke mentioned this morning, we could begin with Algonquin. Also speaking of forestry, as Elder Marilyn Capriol reminded us this morning, why is it that our remaining old-growth forests are still under threat? This is not only an issue on the west coast of BC. Here in Ontario, the towering red pines of Wolf Lake, the ancient hemlocks of the Cachacoma Forest, the old-growth red and white pines of Temagami are not protected, and they should be. Elder Larry McDermott spoke today about our hearts and spirits as a form of intelligence, and we know in our hearts and spirits that the destruction of remaining old-growth forests in Ontario is wrong. Considering they're on unceded Crown land, their protection is a golden opportunity staring us in the face and should be prioritized. To summarize, there's no shortage of opportunities for expanding protected areas in Ontario if the government is willing to open the door. We, the people, are keen and ready to run, and we have collectively identified millions of hectares of priority candidate sites. Remember, about 90% of Ontarians support protecting our lands and waters and meeting international targets. But Ontario needs a plan and a commitment from our government and from all political parties and representatives. How likely is the government to get there on its own? Not very. That's where the rest of us come in. As Steve Hansel reminded us this morning, this is ultimately about collective choices. And we're heading into an election year in 2022. We need to work together to ensure that protecting our lands and waters in the spirit and practice of reconciliation is a priority for all candidates and parties. We need commitments on protected areas, commitments to the new targets in all party platforms. And that push needs to come from all of us on behalf of future generations and all our relations. Miigwech, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Anne. That was great. I would like to now welcome Elder Marilyn Capriol and to hear particularly about her thoughts on Indigenous protected and conserved areas.
Oh, good afternoon. I have so much to share this day, so I'll try to do my best to impact the most. Yes, we're very fortunate here within our nation, Wanaka First Nation, to have the opportunity to govern the protection of one of our sacred islands. In an interview that I celebrated with the band or the nation a year or so ago, they asked me, what did I see when I see Shawanaga missing at Shawanaga Island? And all that I could tell them was that what I see from my knowledge is grandmother, that large woman that lays in the water there that holds so much. There are deer yards there, water animals live there, medicinal plants beyond belief, and they are protected in the up and down of the water as well. There are times when, over the last few years, when the water was high, we could take back channels and you'd have to pull your canoe over the beaver dam to continue on to harvest medicine. And some of those medicines we do not harvest at all until they're called upon. We do not disturb them. You don't put in reserve in your kitchen cupboard waiting for them to be needed. That is how sacred the gift of medicine is. This year, it is a different story. While the water goes back, pulls back from the shore, it allows other needs of the people. A different kind of medicine will flourish. And as for ceremony, the specific medicine for health and wellness. So we will be happy to put our arms around, have celebration, and give thanks. As I become a little more learned about the process of government funding and value sharing of our Indigenous ways, I first have to tell you that I almost have 73 years of knowledge. And how I come to see that is simply this. The day that I came to be a sacred being and gently placed in that first water lodge within my mother, connected to her feeding tube for me, and she allowed me to listen to that inner drum, her heart. That was a preparation for me when I touched this earth lady. My grandfather, my grannies, my mom, my dad, my siblings, they sang the songs and they taught me because I was the wee one in the lot. And I can only share that value today because it is the most important for me. Yes, I've been privileged in the past year to be appointed as the elder for the working group in our IPCA. But when I tell you that the young people are the teachers, I am absolutely correct. We have a two-way seeing here, and the process is for both the Anishinaabe youth, the people, and also the working teams that come with the academic knowledge. So working with both is important, as I understand it more today. We've had a few mishaps, but the mishaps actually belong to the responsibility of our peoples of the reserve. And as an elder, they've taught me. I didn't check to see how prepared they were before my appointment, which had gone nearly 2 years. So this coming Friday, the workers that go out to check on the species at risk, the ones that go out to do the mapping, they're going to be taught about tobacco. And that's something that should have been done in the beginning. So that in itself is knowledge that was gifted to me by those young people. I want them to know the same way that we learned without the technology. You just say it's a backup. Everybody likes to have backups. You've got important files on your computers, you back it up. Well, endogenous knowledge is exactly the same. And how I see that, they ask me, Elder, can you mark on the paper where it is that you think that the sturgeon go to spawn their babies? And I say to them, absolutely not, but you come and pick me up in the boat and we will go there. And I will teach you what I do know. That's next week, that challenge. And what I want them to know, it's not just about, you know, the passing of the spawn, but where they choose to spawn in the territory. They may think it's a lot of water, but it isn't, because the passage to those spawning beds are very shallow. And that has a process too, as the large female sturgeons go over, as they braze through those rocks, that the brown water still applies there. So the egg sacs of their journey inward to the shallow waters start the process at that birthing. Protected? Yes, they are protected. Because at those passageways where they do enter, if you want to follow them, you have to know that the doorway is so full of poison ivy, you're going to be told on if you try to go there. There are 2 doorways, one that goes in and one that comes out. That's the flow of the water. So how you go in as the human, if you want to carefully introduce yourself, you pass through the door that the fish come out. In other words, you don't bother them while they're in their beds doing what they need to do. It is the same thing with the turtles. The turtles are showing us how hungry they are because the food chain is becoming less. We, as the Indigenous women and fishing people, we've learned, oh, miigwech, just have a beautiful golden eagle flying with us right now, coming to listen and looking at everyone. So we have different names. We are our own GPS. We were born that way, but we didn't know it. So if we say, where are you going fishing? Or I'll meet you at a certain place, we'll say the log. You know how many logs there are in Georgian Bay? Plenty. But the one specific spot, I'm going to call it the log because that's how we know it. I've been fishing there the past couple of years. And if you put your stringer over the side of the boat, the snapping turtle will come to eat. So that tells us that there's something happening with the natural plants and the natural small life that they once flourished on. And as I share that story about the turtle, I'd like now to go back to the other doorway. We're grateful for the funding of the knowledge. But the problem is with the IPCA, it is 4-year funding, and we're coming into the 3rd year. It wasn't long enough. So in this year, the 3rd year, we have to start planning for the next few years. How are we going to continue? Not stop it out of saying, you know, it's a checkbox. We need to continue for all of us. However, in the 4-year funding, I look at it in terms of this medicine wheel that people decorate and color with those 4 colors. The east, the yellow, the new life, the south where we are, those warm winds. And we know that being born in the east, we eventually walk across to that western door where we rest. We call that the ancestors' doorway. So in the 3rd year, technically, the ancestors, the keepers of our knowledge and the lands and all for the thousands of years before us, they're waiting for us, not to join them, but they're glad to see us again. And we need to feast them and ask for their support and their help to continue on, to bring the stories back within the nation, to tell our children, to let them hear the songs. That is very important. The gift is a 7-year funding, which is rare, but it is very important. And in that 7 years, it talks about the grandfather, grandmother teachings. And we won't forget them because those teachings are marked in the sky world. And it is within the Big Dipper. So that's for us older people. But with the Big Dipper and our words about continuance of knowledge, there sits a Little Dipper. Same number of stars, it's just smaller. So that's a petroglyph, pictograph that sits in the sky world. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the men who sit in circle with us today for allowing us to be in your ethical space through the air that sits below you in the sky world. And we'd like to thank you, the ladies would like to thank you for being the fire keepers, that you sit there with the bundles and the stars and the constellations to keep that knowledge strong. That we say miigwech. The ideal amount of funding is 13. Why 13? Because it's written so on the back of Turtle Woman. It counts the number of moons that happen in 1 year. And it takes that long to dedicate the learning as much as you possibly can retain each of those moon cycles and the responsibilities of how to govern. We talk about this different sharing of knowledge. That's up to us right now, us. It doesn't belong to them, doesn't belong to those, it belongs to us, that responsibility to make it happen. So I might be a little longer than I should be, but I'd like to take this opportunity again to thank the first one that came forward to remind me of the responsibility. And my work should be tireless because this being has more work than you and I could put together in a day. That's that centipede, 100 foot plus more, depending on what species you are of that race. And the work that each footstep that little being has to take. So what's the matter with us? I know we can do this. So in closing, I thank you very much for the time. And there's so much more to be shared about IPCA. It's a will and it is a life. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Marilyn Miigwech. We really appreciate your words and look forward to hopefully hearing some more from you when we have our session at the end. Thank you. I would now like to introduce our next speakers, who are Dr. Justina Ray and Wendy Cridland. They will be speaking with different on different aspects, excuse me, about large landscape protection, and I guess I should say larger landscapes in the context of Southern Ontario, where truly vast landscapes are not a possibility. And they'll be talking about the prioritizing the what and where for conservation action and climate benefit. So the first presenter is Wendy Cridland. Wendy has been with the Nature Conservancy of Canada, also known as NCC, or maybe better known as NCC, since 2006. She is currently Senior Director of Conservation and oversees all of NCC's conservation work within NCC priority natural areas and providing guidance and support to sub-regional staff and ensuring that resources are focused on protecting and expanding critical natural landscapes through securement and stewardship. Prior to her current position, she spent 5 years as NCC's program manager for Southwestern Ontario, where she was responsible for land securement, stewardship, and associated conservation planning. And I'll also introduce Justina, because I think Wendy is going to present first, but Dr. Justina Ray, she is the president and senior scientist at Wildlife Conservation Society Canada. She's also an adjunct professor at the University of Toronto in the Faculty of Forestry and Trent University's Biology Department. She's also a research associate at the Royal Ontario Museum Centre for Biodiversity and Conservation Biology. Justina is involved in research and policy activities associated with land use planning and large mammal conservation in northern landscapes. She's been appointed to numerous government advisory panels related to policy development for species at risk and land use planning in Ontario and Canada. And she's also a member of the IUCN Biodiversity and Protected Areas. So with that, I'd like to introduce, have Wendy speak first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. And good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm actually going to talk a bit about large landscapes and our work in Southern Ontario, which arguably are in smaller landscapes, but certainly touch on both, and NCC's work in nature-based solutions in Ontario region. I'm coming to you today from Norfolk County, and just wanted to acknowledge that this area is the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, and within the traditional territories of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee peoples. Can I have my PowerPoint up? Thank you. Okay, so just a bit of background about NCC and where we're headed in Ontario. We've been around since 1962. We are a national land conservation organization, and arguably have been working with our partners to achieve nature-based solutions for many decades now. In terms of our approach, we in the early 2000s became more strategic in our approach to conserving natural areas, and identified about 17 priority natural areas in Ontario that represented the biodiversity of life in the province, as well as supporting a lot of the species at risk, and were at the highest level of threat. So our work has been typically more so in Southern Ontario as a result. Fast forward to today, we are facing a climate and biodiversity crisis, as we've been hearing about, and we all need to really be ramping up our game in terms of having an impact for biodiversity conservation. And really what this means for NCC is we need to accelerate our work in the south, and we really need to expand north into large landscapes. So why expand into large landscapes? Really, as we've heard, there's some really great opportunities to protect large intact wilderness areas when we're moving into large landscapes. NCC defines these as 5,000 hectares or more. So we're really talking about work in central, near north, and the far north of the province. And these areas are also a great opportunity in terms of carbon capture and carbon storage. So really critical from that perspective as well. They also provide really important, working in large landscapes really provides important protection for corridors, both east and west and north and south, to ensure that there is assisted migration and that species can move and adapt as climate changes. So how do we do this? Certainly going to involve increasingly more partnerships, and gave a great description of some of the opportunities to work with the province. The province, certainly a huge amount of Ontario is in Crown land, and we need to be working closely on opportunities to ensure that these critical Crown lands are properly protected. So there's a number of different NGOs working in this space in the north, and so NCC is currently sort of figuring out what our role is, coordinating and complementing the existing initiatives there. And we see some huge opportunities in the corporate sector. Companies are increasingly setting goals for net zero emissions to increasingly contribute to carbon storage and offset their impacts. So there's some great opportunities there, as well as certainly companies looking to increase their rating, their ESG rating, which their environmental, social, and governance rating. And so that's another incentive for companies to get involved in large projects that result in nature-based solutions. We've heard a bit about Indigenous protected and conserved areas. Certainly this is critical to success, that we have Indigenous-led conservation. NCC is certainly looking at what our role can be, whether it's supporting these initiatives with conservation planning and mapping, or perhaps helping to extinguish various resource rights, such as mineral or timber rights. I just wanted to highlight one project that NCC just recently completed in terms of a large landscape securement project. This is actually in Southern Ontario. Very few opportunities to do this sort of scale of project in Southern Ontario landscape. But we did recently acquire 7,000 hectares at Vital Bay on Manitoulin Island, 18.5 kilometers of pristine undeveloped shoreline, really important for a number of different species at risk and globally rare habitat. But just an example of the scaling up that we need to do. This project, total cost is around $16 million. So we're in the last stretch of the fundraising, even though the project came up rather quickly back in November of 2020. So if anybody out there knows of some that might be interested in helping us finish that goal, love to hear from you, reach out. But again, this just shows the scale of large landscape work that we need to continue to grow. I also wanted to talk a bit about accelerating nature-based solutions in the South. Certainly a different approach is needed, and we need to really be ramping up our efforts here as well. There's been quite a bit of talk about how important it is to protect what's left in the South, that those remnant natural habitats are critical and have critical functions for biodiversity and many other purposes. We really need to ramp up reversing habitat loss in the South by restoring lands strategically back to forests and wetlands and prairie. We need to restore habitat quality. A lot of the habitats are impacted in the southern part of the province. We have real invasive species problems and challenges, as well as some need to manage for succession. And also, as it's been repeated a number of times today, we really need to connect more people with nature. There needs to be more access for people to appreciate nature. We're all coming to recognize how important it is for our physical and mental health. So really need to be thinking about opportunities and providing more opportunities for people to connect with nature. And we also need to continue and ramp up our work working closely with Indigenous communities. NCC has some really strong partnerships in some of our priority natural areas where we're working closely with local First Nations, but we certainly see a need to be more proactive and to build those relationships in other areas. We have so much to learn from Indigenous peoples and their perspective when it comes to traditional ecological knowledge, as well as just that relationship with the land. So I wanted to wrap up with an example of where we really have been able to accelerate our impact in Southern Ontario in a heavily altered landscape. This example is one of our priority natural areas, the Southern Norfolk Sand Plain. Over many years, there's been many different conservation organizations and players in this landscape achieving conservation. And there seems to have been basically a positive cycle of more work, attracting more people and attracting more resources, where we really have collectively had a substantial impact. NCC really started ramping up a land acquisition program in Southern Norfolk back in 2005. This is sort of a focal area just north of Lake Erie and the Long Point sand spit. At the time, there was the purple blocks of conservation lands existing in protection. A lot of it is government-owned lands and conservation authority lands. And since then, NCC has acquired an additional 2,600 hectares strategically located to protect other natural lands that buffer and connect up some really significant areas, as well as lands that were in agriculture. So we've had an opportunity to really increase habitat on the landscape and have actually restored about 700 hectares in this area. And this is complementary to many other organizations who are working in this area that are also achieving restoration and protection. So very quickly, we're taking fields, like tobacco fields and soybean fields, and have been restoring them to very diverse habitats, with often planting in 60 to 80 different species of native plants into these areas. We've been focusing on some of the heavier soils that would have been historically been wetland, to rip out the tiles and recontour them to hold water again and restore them back to functioning wetland habitat. In addition, in Norfolk, there's vast coastal wetlands, internationally significant wetlands, that also have been under increasing threat over the last few decades, particularly from invasive Phragmites. Thousands of acres of significant coastal wetlands have been inundated with this invasive plant. To deal with this major threat requires a different approach than what traditionally NCC does. We need to work with many partners and with private landowners and government landowners to really achieve biodiversity conservation and address this threat. So back in 2015, Long Point Phragmites Action Alliance was formed. It actually includes 29 different organizations, all levels of government. When you have that kind of interest and momentum, you can really make a difference on the landscape. And over the last 5 years, invasive Phragmites has been controlled on about 1,400 hectares. Again, working together with all different landowners, and now moving up the watershed. We have about 200 properties inland as well, where we're controlling Phragmites with again, all sorts of partners involved. So I just wanted to share that as a really positive story of biodiversity conservation in a landscape that is heavily impacted, and that it serves as a model that can be adapted to other areas in Southern Ontario as well. So with that, I can't find, oh, there's a little arrow. Thank you for allowing me to speak about our work in Ontario region and our work particularly on nature-based solutions.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And we'll see you again shortly for the question period. So thank you. And so now I would like to invite Justina Ray to present to us.
Hi, thank you so much for the invitation and for the great speakers that have preceded me all day. First, just to say that I'm talking from Toronto and speaking from the dish with one spoon traditional territory that was ascribed by the treaty between the Anishinaabe, Mississauga, and the Haudenosaunee. And I'm also speaking on behalf also of my co-author Lorna Harris, who's a postdoc from University of Calgary, of Alberta, and just to say that quite a bit of the work that I'll be talking about here has been led by her. We're very lucky to be part of that. And I'll be talking about specifically the northern peatlands, of which Ontario has a globally significant role as a nature climate solution. So I'll work with that. Okay, so first, the way I like to frame this conversation is about, taking care of the land sink. And it's something that most, of our efforts on addressing the climate emergency really take for granted as a background process. So, when we're focusing a lot on controlling direct emissions, particularly fossil fuel emissions, what's happening in the background is a really essential process of absorbing carbon, like at least half of it, and in lands and seas that goes on in the background. And if we don't take care of that process to make sure that that continues, then it's going to be more and more difficult. We're going to have to make steeper cuts in fossil fuel reductions and so forth in the future. So really, this background process of taking care of the land sink is a particular kind of natural climate solution that we cannot take for granted, and that's really what frames what I'll be talking about today. So specifically, I'd like to talk about this from a, intact landscape perspective. I mean, we've heard previously at various times today about how blessed Canada is with still having quite a lot of ecological integrity in our land base. We have some of the largest and intact systems on the planet, even though, as shown here on the red, our resource extraction footprint extends a significant distance from our settlement. So we have we don't have intact forest lands and other landscapes because we've been so proactively protective of these. Not at all. We just haven't gotten to them yet for the most part. We are the second largest country in the world, so we're blessed with these intact systems. Also, these are the lands of Indigenous nations who have stewarded these for millennia. But this is coming fast and furious in terms of our footprint, also the combined impacts of climate change. So this map in brown shows you where, like, peatlands are, much of which are in these intact landscapes. And then we've put like a particular bubble around the Hudson Bay lowlands, because that is one of the more significant areas of the planet. And it's really, this conversation about peatlands is so germane to Ontario. And so this story that I'm telling you today is really about the need for long-term carbon management, proactive protection, which is not the way we generally do business. We generally wait for something to be critically endangered or right in immediate threat of conversion, or we save the best of what's left. And in order to take care of the land sink, in order to deal proactively, we're going to have to be doing things quite a bit different in the future. And that point has been made. So to make a case for peatlands, I mean, one case is just that from a carbon storage perspective entirely, and James already sort of alluded to this earlier, we've got an extraordinary amount of carbon stock just hidden in the peatlands, and I'll explain how that works in a minute. I've distinguished here between regular peatlands and permafrost peatlands because there is quite a difference. With respect to both, we've got they're both contributing to climate cooling in the sense that they're continually absorbing carbon over the past millennia. They're also projected, particularly non-permafrost peatlands, are projected to continue this kind of service, even under lots of scenarios of climate change into the future, that absorptive power that they have right now, where they're continually sequestering carbon, is projected to continue, that cooling effect. And this is most likely in Eastern Canada. Here we've got wetter conditions occurring even under scenarios of climate change than out west. Our peatlands are in less danger of conversion from natural causes, so to speak, fire and so forth, than in the west. They're continually performing this service, as I've said. The story is somewhat different for permafrost peatlands, which are overlapping to some extent. That's a quite more of a concern. I mean, those permafrost peatlands, by virtue of the way they're constructed, hold carbon really very well. They don't emit carbon or CO2 or methane other than particular times of year, but that will all change if the permafrost itself melts. So this is sort of a dual-pronged story, but the good news is that we have quite a lot of regular peatlands here in Ontario that are continuing to do such an important service. So what are these things? So peatlands are really composed of these really high carbon peat soils, and generally peatlands are ecosystems with waterlogged ground where which prevents the plant material from fully decomposing at any point. And over thousands of years, these accumulate this dead organic matter is deeper and deeper. It gradually accumulates and to form these soils that are very rich in carbon. But sphagnum moss is a really key part of this, and there are several species of that, of course, and they're critical for the formation of many of these peatland systems. And while the living tip of the sphagnum will continue to grow upward, the lower sections will become part of this soil. You can still even identify these sphagnum mosses in very ancient peatland soils that form. So they're sometimes kind of called bog builders, these sphagnum moss areas. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to find my little arrow. And these pictures are all from the Hudson Bay lowlands, and these are sometimes treed peatlands, sometimes not. They do harbor significant and very unique biodiversity by virtue of the particular systems that are formed. And these carbon-rich ecosystems store and sequester more carbon than any other type of terrestrial ecosystem in the world. And this is they're covered by different kinds of vegetation. They might look differently, but what they have in common is this extraordinary service that I've described. And where does this look in the world? I mean, it's amazing when you think about it. Peatlands cover only 3% of the Earth's surface, but they contain 20 to 30% of the world's soil carbon. And 1/4 of this is in Canada. And you can see this, on this map. There's always different kinds of maps of peatlands. You can map them in different ways, but generally speaking, Canada and Ontario really leap out in these various analyses and mapping exercises. Most of the carbon is stored below ground. So it's not, we've talked about the trees, but this is really a below ground story. And this is again in this dead organic matter that's accumulated over thousands of years. And this diagram kind of shows side by side peatlands versus a regular boreal landscape. In most undisturbed northern peatlands, the amount of carbon is greater than the carbon gain is greater than carbon loss. So they're continually accumulating this, and this makes them the sinks that they are, but and accumulates over these years. But by contrast with boreal landscapes, you've got soils are still very important, especially compared to tropical forests, but it's less deep, less ancient, shorter residence time, and so on. One concept that's really attractive to be thinking about this is the notion of irrecoverable carbon, and peatlands are really critical for that. And this is quite simply, if you remove the carbon, mostly through unnatural means, anthropogenic disturbance and so forth, that carbon cannot easily be restored or at all be restored within the time frame that we need that carbon in order to achieve net zero. So we're talking about this 30-year time window. And this very interesting diagram that comes in a paper that was just published about a year and a half ago, looks at various systems. And I'll draw your attention to tropical peatlands, and they look at it in an axis of vulnerability, where these peatlands or ecosystems are in most highest danger of being disturbed immediately, versus boreal peatlands, which have as much carbon. So the x-axis is amount of carbon. They have enormous amount of carbon, but they're not going to be disturbed as immediately. I mean, the tropical peatlands in the world over, you think of Indonesia, Amazon, Central Africa, they're all being immediately converted into all sorts of different types. This is then makes that an immediate threat. And of course, we hear about deforestation in a tropical sense much more than we do in boreal. But what's at stake is just as important in the boreal peatlands. It just requires a very different mindset and different kind of strategy. And to illustrate, if we look closely at the Hudson Bay lowland, which is the second largest peatland complex in the world, and also the homelands of the Mushkegowuk First Nations, a number of them, and other First Nations nearby, we're talking about a huge amount that's at stake that has really no policy safeguards at all, very little protection. and quite a bit of interest from an economic perspective. Of course, what I'm talking about is the Ring of Fire. I'm just symbolizing that by this this star asterisk. But the impacts are more significant if we're thinking about roads. We don't even know how many mines could ultimately be there. If we think about converting these peatlands just into roads, plus the mines that could follow, we've got a significant potential of amazing release of carbon and CO2 that's not being planned for at the moment. And see that these are the things at stake, including as well, you know, this ecosystem with extraordinary rivers that's dumping into the James Bay, and can bring quite a bit of the impacts from the mining activities that occur there downstream into communities on the coast. And we also think about this in a number of ways with respect to the co-benefits. And there is an extraordinary amount of co-benefits in this area, ranging from caribou to particular plants that thrive in these areas under the acidic conditions, number of species at risk, birds that have these unique and critically globally important flyways. These are all areas of potential key biodiversity areas, as Stephen mentioned before, and areas where, you know, these have outsized contribution to biodiversity protection. These areas are also, as I mentioned, these mighty rivers that flow into the James Bay, which is low salinity, but huge productivity. Is also, you know, 5 of the largest, 5 of the 12 undammed rivers of Canada come into this enormous riverine biodiversity, estuaries, and so on, and including blue carbon. So to end, and I'm just a bit over, there are the solution, the nature climate solution is actually multifold, and it's really geared around long-term management of northern peatlands. We cannot save these through sort of traditional offsets. We cannot wait until they are immediately threatened in order to quantify what's at stake and to offset this by some fashion. We're talking about offsetting or dealing with competition from opportunity costs of significant mineral development of unknown economic potential. We're talking about an area where there's a significant interest and importance in Indigenous-led conservation, also guardians and so on. But there's lots of improvements we need to make to our just normal day-to-day kind of policy mechanisms, from land use planning to impact assessment to even how we quantify this carbon. So I'll end with that, and thank you for your patience. And there's Risa. Sorry, I'll just go right to her, and thank you so much.
Hi, am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Sorry, it's
Hello?
Whoops. Oh, a little techno glitch there. Thanks so much, Justina. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Risa Smith. She will be speaking about enhancing Canada's climate action ambitions. Risa is the chair of the Protected Areas Climate Change Specialist Group, which is an expert working group of IUCN WCPA, and represents WCPA on the IUCN Climate Change Task Force, lots of acronyms. Over the past 25 years, Risa has reported on the state of environment for both BC and for Canada, and she's well known for her leadership in environmental reporting, including Canada's response to the 2010 Global Biodiversity Target. Risa's most recent publications are on protected areas and climate change for the Protected Planet Report and ensuring benefits for biodiversity, climate change, and sustainable development. So welcome, Risa. We look forward to hearing from you.
Okay. Hello, can people hear me?
Hi, Risa, it's Colin from Tech Background here. We can hear you loud and clear. I'm sorry, I'm having a difficult time giving you control here. So if you don't mind, I'd like to advance your slides for you. If you could just give me the audio signal.
And Risa, it's Caroline here. We can't see you either. I don't know if you want to be seen.
Oh, I do. Let me just see. How do I do that? Okay.
Click the camera.
Can you see me now?
Icon.
Can you see me now?
No.
Huh. Okay, how do I do this?
If
Share my webcam?
The camera icon. symbol.
I'm doing that.
And if you click on that, it should turn green and then, oh, we see you.
Okay. And
Okay.
just to check, if I do that, can I move forward? No, I can't move forward. Okay. So if I put my finger up, will you know to just change the slide? Does that work?
I'm sorry, your video actually hides on my screen, so I'll need the audio cue if you don't mind. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about actually everything that's been said so far is compatible with what I'm going to say. So that's great. And I really appreciated those fantastic talks. First of all, we're not in 2012, as this slide says at the beginning. We are in 2021. I must have been just a little bit hopeful when I was preparing this presentation that we had more than 10 years. I was hoping for 20, but we don't have more than 10 years to bend the curve. I also want to let people know that I'm on the west coast of Canada. I'm speaking to you from the shared, asserted, and unceded territories of the Penelakut, the Multja, and Hulutsum First Nations, as well as the shared, asserted, and ceded territories of the Tsawwassen First Nations and the Hokumam speaking peoples. I bring this to your attention because of how much we owe the knowledge, values, and sense of responsibility of our First Nations people. Because without their holistic approach and view, we really wouldn't even have the possibility to turn around the climate and biodiversity crises. So thank you to them and to the people who were First Nations where I happen to be. Next slide. Hello, next slide. Yeah, there. Oh, no, one back. Yeah, so most of what I'm going to talk about today can be found in this report called Enhancing Canada's Climate Change Ambitions with Natural Climate Solutions. You can find a short version of this report in the form of a story map on the WWFCA website. At the front of that, there's three topics at the front, and one is called Nature-Based Climate Solutions. And if you click on Learn More, you'll get to the story map, and that also can take you to the report. This report contains 5 recommendations related to how Canada could enhance its climate change ambitions with natural climate solutions. And we've got a lot of attention from this report. It came out in October 2020, just at the time when decisions were being made. And it's very exciting that the minister has taken words right out of it. So timeliness is very important, I think, when you put something out. Next slide. This map was produced by some people at Oxford, and it's published in a paper, and you've seen versions of it in Harvey's talk. This map is looking at an overlay of carbon dense areas and high biodiversity areas globally. And also you could hone in on Canada if you want to here. And it just shows you the dark brown areas, or the darker the brown, the more there's an interface between high biodiversity and carbon density. And you can see from that Canada, Russia, the Nordic countries, Amazon, the Congo Basin, and Indonesia, what's already been said, these are the areas where we get this big overlap, and Canada's right in the middle of that. And Ontario is incredibly important, as is the Hudson Bay Lowlands, which we've heard about from many people. So looking at these overlays gives us a chance to think, I think, about protected areas in a little bit different way. A lot of these areas will interface with key biodiversity areas, but not always. Next slide. This map shows you about where in the area countries have taken up and understood that protected areas are in fact part of the solution to climate change. NDCs are the nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. So every country submitted their NDC, Canada as well, and they're all being revised, as is Canada's. In the original round, very few countries, only the ones in the dark green, made specific reference to protected areas or some sort of equivalent term in their NDCs, and all of these were developing countries. None of them were developed countries. And you see the light green, those are all the countries, including Canada and the US and many other countries that didn't do this. So I'm hoping to convince you on this, which many other people have talked about, is the incredible role of protected areas play in this whole discussion. Next slide, please. This graph just, so I had 3 recommendations in that report. I looked at a lot of data. I read over 1,200 papers looking at biodiversity and carbon density together. It's a little bit of confusing literature because how much carbon is in different ecosystems is obviously under debate. I give a wide range in that paper, but I concluded after looking at all of that, that in fact, the most important thing to do, at least by 2030, is to target protection in these high biodiversity carbon dense areas. And you can see the current terrestrial protection is about 1.2 million kilometers squared. And if you implemented my first recommendation, which is targeting protection at these particular carbon dense high biodiversity areas, you could actually double the terrestrial area in Canada. In fact, we could reach the 25% by 2025 just by doing that. There's another recommendation relates to something called proforestation, and that's really about recognizing what you heard earlier about from Marilyn about, why are we still taking our old growth forests down? If you were to take some of our older second growth forests, 60 years, not by any means old growth forests, and let them grow old, it's called proforestation, let them develop some of those characteristics of old growth forests that we've lost, then that also, but you'd have to protect them because there has to be a permanence to that exercise. And in this case, I looked at just letting 30% of our forests over 60 years grow to become older forests. You could again more than double the protected areas in Canada. And you would be sequestering a lot of carbon and you'd be storing billions of tons. Next slide, please. So one thing that I felt was very important that we haven't talked about so far is that when you talk about nature-based climate solutions, you really, we have to talk about what is a nature-based climate solution and what is not. And we need a sense of principles. And in fact, I'm very interested personally in developing these principles for Canada in a more in-depth way. Some are in my report, but I think we need to really think about this so that we are sure that we don't come up with calling some things nature-based solutions when they're not really. So the first principle I suggest is that natural climate solutions do not replace the imperative to reduce emissions from fossil fuels. So over 80% of Canada's emissions come from the combustion of fossil fuels, directly or indirectly, and you absolutely cannot reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions without reducing the use of fossil fuels. So while nature-based solutions have an important role to play without directly reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we won't achieve what we need to achieve. Next slide, please. The second principle I have, and I think you've heard this throughout these many talks and from Harvey this morning, natural climate solutions or nature-based climate solutions must provide benefits for both biodiversity and climate change. Solutions that don't provide both of these benefits shouldn't really be called nature-based climate solutions. So I give the example on the left, I show a picture of a house. Building a house out of wood does indeed store some of the carbon that was released in that structure. Actually, very little of it, somewhere in the region of 30%, but nevertheless, it does store carbon. But that's not a nature-based climate solution. It does nothing for biodiversity. And depending on how those trees are harvested, it could be negative. On the right, I show a diagram from logging scars in Ontario. And I just put that there to say just planting trees could be a nature-based solution, but it could also not be if you don't plant the right trees in the right places and for the right reasons. So you have to think about these co-benefits, and I think we really need to have a document that clearly defines these principles or standards for Canada and for the world. Next slide, please. The third principle is that natural climate solutions have to have an element of permanence. So we had in the 2 billion tree program, for example, some suggestions that if we just plant some trees, reforest what we've logged, and then harvest them again, that's a nature-based climate solution. But it's not, because right now we're in a crisis and we need to have some permanence to protecting these carbon sinks and stores. It's not enough just to plant trees to harvest again, because that's what we're doing now. It's not that we won't harvest anything, but those are not nature-based solutions. The next slide, please. My fourth principle has to do with addressing rights and title of Indigenous peoples. And this has to go hand in hand with natural climate solutions or nature-based climate solutions. These maps that I'm showing you, the very dark blue is intact ecosystems, and the lighter blue is intact forest layer. And then on the, I guess my left, the Indigenous communities, the red dots are where Indigenous communities are, and the yellow dots are where Indigenous guardian programs are. And I think I bring this up because much of the remaining intact landscapes and seascapes of interest for both conservation and climate change mitigation are within Indigenous territories, both within Canada and internationally. So Russia, Canada, Australia, US, and Brazil have about 70% of the world's remaining intact ecosystems together. A lot of this is in Canada. You've already heard about that. And we should be thankful to the Indigenous peoples of Canada and the world for even giving us the opportunity to look at these intact systems and protect them. But the other side of that is that we have to work with them to make sure we're doing this properly and that we're respecting their rights and title. Next slide is principle 5. This relates to natural climate solutions or nature-based climate solutions have to really address both catch and store. And this is something that is very difficult for policymakers to understand. Everybody understands the catch part, sequestering carbon out of the atmosphere. Thanks to I think it was Justine who showed us how this works. Through photosynthesis, plants take in carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. They respire it as well, but they store more than they respire. So we have huge carbon stores and we catch carbon as well. It's not enough just to sequester carbon. We have to protect those vast stores in our old forests, in our peatlands, and we have to, and in our other wetlands. And this is important because if we develop those areas with the deep carbon stores, that carbon just ends up in the atmosphere. And as you heard from Harvey, just because we don't count it doesn't mean it's not happening. So that's the other principle that I have. If anybody is interested in going deeper into developing these kinds of principles or standards in nature-based climate solutions, please contact me because I'd be very interested in that. And this is my next slide, please. This is my last slide to just say thank you for being here. The talks have been incredibly interesting. There's my email if you want to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Risa. That was wonderful. We really appreciate you joining us from out in BC today. So now I would like to move on to the open sort of panel discussion and questions. But first, so I would ask actually all of the panelists to rejoin us with their microphones and video. But before we get into questions, I would just like to note we had hoped that we might have somebody from the Government of Canada to speak to us today, but unfortunately that wasn't possible. But so I'd like to highlight a few things that are happening with respect to investment in biodiversity conservation and nature-based solutions. The government of Canada is making some major investments to reverse the tide of biodiversity loss.
Water. And you know that
implement nature-based solutions for climate change. In November last year, the government committed $3.19 billion to work with governments, Indigenous communities, NGOs, and others to plant 2 billion trees to combat climate change, protect forests, and create new green jobs. It also committed $631 million to restore degraded ecosystems, protect wildlife, and improve land and water management. And in addition to that, it committed $98.4 million to establish a fund to establish natural climate solutions within the agriculture sector. The 2021 budget included $2.3 billion of commitment over 5 years. Oh, the previous commitments were over 10 years. And the 2021 budget included $2.3 billion over 5 years to address the biodiversity crisis, fight climate change, and to protect and create jobs. This includes the establishment of new protected areas and Indigenous and protected and conserved areas to achieve Canada's target of 25% protected by 2025, and also to prevent the disappearance of species at imminent risk. And in addition, the creation of thousands of new jobs in the field of nature conservation and management. Importantly, there is a strong focus on Indigenous-led conservation in these commitments. So with that, I would like to open up questions to the panel. We are a bit over time, so I'm going to kick off with just a question actually to all of the panel, and anybody who chooses to answer it may do so first. But something that the Biodiversity Council in Ontario really wants to know from you with your particular expertise and experience is, what are the 1 or 2 key actions that we should be focusing on, you know, immediately to set us on the right path and to, you know, help us ensure that we achieve the outcomes that we are seeking with, you know, considering the new emerging international targets that Canada will be committed to?
Caroline, I'll jump in if that's okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's great.
Partly because I have to leave at 3:30, so I figure I might as well speak up while I can. But for me, one of the most important things are interim protections while we figure stuff out. I think, you know, it's not going to be quick and easy to do the kind of work we need to do together with Indigenous communities to identify areas to protect and to really support Indigenous-led conservation. And I think we need immediate protections from potential resource extraction and so on. So I had mentioned earlier, you know, designating some lands under the Public Lands Act until we can have time for those conversations. I think also, you know, things like wetlands in Ontario, we have policies that protect provincially significant wetlands, but most of our wetlands in Ontario aren't evaluated yet. So to have some sort of a measure whereby, a policy whereby until wetlands are evaluated, they're deemed to be provincially significant. And then if a developer wants to move forward, the developer would have to do the evaluation and demonstrate that the wetland isn't significant.
Thank you, Anne.
I think
Sorry, go ahead, Stephen.
I think Anne raises great points. I would add that the one province and one territory met the ECHI target. So the one province that met it is Quebec, and they basically committed to it. It became government policy. And they've also said that when the world adopts 30%, they will adopt 30%. We have this problem with it as a federation in Canada, with the federal government out promising and negotiating, and provinces and territories not lining up behind that. So I would say, I would ask Ontario to show some leadership and commit to achieving these global targets as a first step.
Yes, thank you, Stephen.
I'd like to say that, you've heard today a lot about the Hudson Bay lowlands in Ontario. This is a particularly important ecosystem that is particularly poorly protected. So I think if we started with one place that we made some big commitments, it's carbon dense, it's got irreplaceable biodiversity, it is of global significance, of Canadian significance, of Ontario significance. I think that that particular area, and I get that it's huge, should be protected, and there should be no development there at this point, building on the first speaker's point, until we really look at where it could be done safely, if at all.
We create those economic opportunities that are aligned with the future that's not so destructive.
We seem to be getting somebody's phone call or something in the background. Larry, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts that you'd like to contribute in terms of what our sort of immediate priority action should be.
And I'm sure none of them would.
I don't know if Larry heard me. Larry?
Carolyn, I kind of heard you, and I was trying to adjust. I was trying to adjust I was pretty sure you're trying to get my attention, but I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Well, the question was, we're asking the panel members, what are the sort of one or two sort of key priority actions that you would recommend or really push that we pursue in Ontario. So we've just heard from a couple of, or two or three panelists, and I was hoping that perhaps you could share your thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, I had to check in at 3 o'clock with, we actually have an Elders Lodge today, but they didn't, I just found out they postponed the start because Marilyn and I are here. But Albert Marshall, who, along with his wife Merdina, coined the term two-eyed seeing, was saying, what do we need to do? Too much lip service, too much tinkering. We need to really take drastic action. And, so I listened to him. I thought about what most of the panelists here had to say. A number of them talked about we've got to do it within 10 years. Not another generation, and I share that. So that's so where am I going with that? Well, there really does need to be a transformation. Our economic system is killing us. I remember when I worked on the American Eel Recovery Strategy, we spent years of really good science, really good Indigenous knowledge, collaborating, and we basically got brought up to Queen's Park and told, well, there's an economic reality. Well, the economic reality has held us hostage and is killing us. And so there really has to be a very serious adjustment. We've got the UN committee that has predicted pandemics. So we know we're going to get more of the same unless we change the way we approach these challenges. I think some of it is recognizing there's urgency, but some of it comes from taking the time. I know at a conference in Kingston that we collaborated with you on, Carolyn, an elder there said, yes, there's urgency, so we need to slow down. We need to take the time to have the conversations about what really needs to happen. And is it going to be, just an adjustment in science, more knowledge that we have problems out there, or, is the clue in the first of the 20 Aichi targets, which is to popularize biodiversity, for people to understand that their life is dependent upon it, that climate change is threatening it. So, maybe I'm not offering an answer, but maybe I'm circling around it. But what I feel is that how do we get everybody's shoulder behind the task of recognizing that we are part of the web of life, and we've been acting like we're not. It's incredible what we've done to water. It's incredible what we've done to land. And that third convention desertification speaks to the 25% loss of topsoil since 1970. It's not working. The economic system we have in place is dysfunctional, and it's killing us, and it has lateral violence towards vulnerable peoples, including women. And we need a major change, and we need to find a way to have those conversations, and perhaps that's what we're doing right now. So that's the best. I'd like to do better than that, but that's what's going through my mind now, Caroline. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. And I think your comments are exactly right. And we've kind of heard the kind of things we can do immediately, the sort of practical approach, and what you're sort of just talking about, which is that much bigger picture and actually figuring out how to do it right. And we can't do it amongst a group, people like us exclusively. There has to be a major change in society and worldview. So any other thoughts from panelists?
Maybe I can just say one thing. I know I've already spoken, but I think what Larry said is very important. I think we have to stop pretending that it's small things that are going to make the big difference. And I think he is absolutely right on that. People who understand this, and I'd say that's probably every single person who's on this call, really have to start bravely standing up and saying, it's not small tweaks, we have to do big things. And so I appreciate that he said that, and I think it's sort of a lesson to us all. We all look for something, myself included, that we can do right away, and we should do that, but we also have to really speak out bravely, honestly, and loudly that transformational change in our economic system has to happen, and it won't happen if we pretend it's just sort of something that's nice but not necessary.
Yeah, thank you, Risa. Other thoughts from panelists? James, any thoughts? I'm going to start picking on individuals.
I'll jump in again, Caroline.
Okay, thanks, Larry.
I also think we have to examine our personal lives and make sure we're walking our talk. My good friend Tim Johnson from Six Nations talks about that, to ensure we have credibility, we need to be doing in our personal lives, making those choices, whether it's whatever it is that we can do. If we're fortunate enough and we can control our energy sources, then do that. Look at how we get our water. There's lots of things that we know. There's no question in my mind that I couldn't sit down for 10 minutes and think about ways I can walk my talk more strongly. And I think we need to encourage each other to do that. And I feel like it gives us more validity in championing significant transformative change. There's no sense in me saying, well, everybody else should do this or do that if I'm not willing to do it myself.
Yeah, right. Exactly right. So any other thoughts at this point? I think our audience has been sort of blown away by all of your presentations, and I think they're digesting it all and reflecting on it. So I haven't seen any questions.
Yeah, there is a question there on biodiversity offsets.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay? I'm not very good at
Well, I will read it.
monitoring.
We've
Okay,
had,
thank you.
had a question that there, except I have to put my glasses on, that there's a large push right now in Southern Ontario to undertake biodiversity offsetting, which conflicts with a lot of things discussed today. Does anyone have any suggestions on how to recognize this pressure and get the best outcome from the pressure from a biodiversity perspective?
Speak here.
So
Sorry?
I'm sure Anne has something to say about that.
Yeah.
So
Tons
I,
of things to say about offsetting. You know what? Harvey's talk this morning when he said that protecting is the #1 action that needs to happen and restoration is a second order action, that reminded me of offsetting. I mean, offsetting is about allowing things to be destroyed and justifying it because they conceivably can be replaced, restored and replaced. And I think we need to recognize that that's not good enough, especially in Southern Ontario. There may be situations where something is going to be destroyed, and so our best option is to have some kind of an offset. But unless that's the case, then we shouldn't be going down the offsetting road. And I think there's been some really good work done by many of us collectively, including Larry and others, around offsetting, outlining very, very strict principles about what should guide offsetting in those rare cases where it should be allowed to occur. And so raising awareness about those principles of offsetting and, you know, ensuring that they're followed by any government or conservation authority or municipality that plans to go down that road, I think is really important in Southern Ontario.
If I can add to that, I don't think we should be talking about offsetting without talking about the framework in which it would be applied, which is the mitigation hierarchy. And the absolute first step of that is avoidance. Offsetting is the last resort. And then you apply all the stuff that Anne has talked about. But you cannot talk about it at the beginning part of the conversation. And so that's why it often doesn't work, because it's sort of, you know, kind of assumed that going into something that, you know, the development project's going to happen in such and such a way, which is often decided before any kind of real, you know, process has been put in place. And then you're already thinking about, you know, how you might offset it in the way that Anne has talked about. If we think much more, you know, explicitly at the notion of avoiding impacts to begin with, and perhaps, you know, limiting, well, not even perhaps, we have to be thinking much more overtly about limiting and stopping and saying no to things than we ever have before. It's only under that kind of situation that you can really talk credibly about any kind of offsets as a last resort.
I was going to say exactly the same thing as Justina. I mean, there's a really well-developed, well thought out, globally consulted on mitigation hierarchy and offsets policy under IUCN. You can get it in a heartbeat. So, you know, we know what to do here. And I think that all the great rich presentations today have pointed that out over and over. Yes, we can know more, but we know way more about what we should do than we're doing.
I'd like to jump in here. Hello?
Oh, yes, Marilyn, I can't see you, but...
Well, that's okay.
I can hear you, or we can hear you.
Okay, I'll be very quick. I'd just like to express something through Indigenous eyes. And we had something within our territory in our village this past fall that was super relevant to what we're talking about here. We had a person fill in a wetland because they have what we call a CP, Certificate of Possession of their lands within the reserve boundaries. So in order to extend the lands, the holder of that land filled in a wetland. And people were really upset because we don't normally, would never normally do that as Indigenous people. So a little while later, I called for my cousin And his wife said, oh, he's downstairs. I thought she said, looking at his toes. So, you know, old age, you can expect things to not hear right. So he comes upstairs and I said, what are you doing looking at your toes? And he said, no, he said, it's my toad. So what had happened was their house is very close to the wetland built in. And what we understand in our relationship of that toad, it was looking for a home because his had been disturbed. So to us, this is a very big message. And it's quite an honor to have that toad come to speak to us. For what we understand from young children, there's a difference between frog and a toad. Frog, you learn how to swim from. But our grannies taught us this about the toad, that we are not to bother them. Because if they do, they're going to pee on your hands and we'll know because they'll cause wart. Well, we didn't know whether that was true or not. But we did know that the toad carries warts. And what the grandmother said to us at that time is they said, these are the oldest knowledge keepers that we have within our nations. They are born with old skin and they are born with those bumps on their backs. And what the bumps represent are the sacred bundles. So the very fact that one toad, for various reasons, has stepped forward indicates to us as a nation that good change is going to come. So I want you to hold that as a gift in your heart for the work that you do every day and your thoughts about how Earth Woman is and her children and the grandparents that she holds. Just hold that very tight. We can do this. Miigwech.
Thank you, Marilyn Miigwech. Now I think we have actually run out of time for our discussion. So I want to thank you all panelists for joining us today and for giving us such insightful presentations and food for thought. I'm certainly coming away with some key messages. So that's really important and it's really invaluable for the Biodiversity Council itself. I'd now like to invite Elder Marilyn Capriol, who you heard just speaking, to do a closing ceremony for this event, this opening session of the Ontario Biodiversity Summit. So Marilyn, if you would, that would be wonderful.
There we are. I don't want to have myself seen on this because of the sacredness of the end of the day. It's just as sacred as the beginning. But I want to share with you the value of the song that's going to be sung. It is something that we do as nations after all great gatherings, a marking of time. In our time, as I spoke earlier, there was not hydro, there wasn't telephones. So it was always a mystery of how we knew that our grannies and mum all needed new materials for their birch bark during the summer. And miraculously, somebody would show up. And when they did, there was great food on the table for the visitors and the messengers that came. Great laughter and sharing of stories. But when they left, Grandma and the aunties and Mum, they would all go to the shore. And we lived in a very long bay of almost a half-mile long. And they would stand there until they could no longer see the wake of those canoes going. It would be as untouched as before the messenger came. So we call this gift the traveling song. And even though we're not physically traveling from one end of the country to the other, our spirits are joined together in one central place that is called the heart. So with that, I will acknowledge everyone in the circle and acknowledge the great gifts of spirit.
Okay, thank you, Marilyn, for your closing ceremony and song, and for all of your wonderful contributions and words of wisdom throughout this entire day. I also would very much like to thank Carolyn Schultz, our moderator, and all of the speakers for their efforts and for their insights as we look to the future. You've made this a very special day, I think a great day. We will be compiling key actions that you've identified today, as well as throughout our summit webinars. This will provide some important guidance as we plan for a more inspired, nature-positive future, and as we also look to renew Ontario's biodiversity strategy. And just so you know, we will be posting today's session on our website, ontariobiodiversitycouncil.ca, so you can go back and review the richness of material that we have actually heard. And if I may, I'd also very much like to thank Scott Hoser, Sarah Higginson, and Colin Casson, who's worked really, really close with me for a good long time to make this session work and happen. Finally, stay tuned. Our next webinar is tomorrow starting at 9 o'clock, A Decade of Biodiversity, Successes and Challenges in Biodiversity Education and Awareness. And just so you know, there are many more webinar sessions that you can check out at our website, again, at ontariobiodiversitycouncil.ca. They're all free. I encourage you to take in as many as you possibly can. And once again, thank you all so much for making this a very special, a very great day. Goodbye, all.